How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the channel. This is Big Day Dave, and this is another live stream here on Oak Ridge Farms. How's everybody doing tonight? I hope everybody's having a fantastic day so far. It has been a wild and crazy couple of weeks. Holy smokes. I feel like I am just getting pulled in every single direction, and a small bit of me likes it, likes staying busy, like keeping, on my toes. But the rest of me is like, this really stinks. Oh my goodness. But having a really good day so far. Really good day. Got everything all situated that need to get situated. Things are rolling really good now. So really looking forward to the next couple of weeks, just getting the jobs done that need to get done, moving forward, and getting ready to go. Looking forward to it. Like I said, I hope everybody's having a fantastic day so far. Wow. I have not streamed in so long, and it is so good to be here tonight. Let's see what all of you all are saying here in chat. We got Rail Fanning Jonah. Of course we have Rail Fanning Jonah. The first thing coming onto the stream says, no need to send the search party today, LOL. That's good. That's good. I'm glad to hear that we don't have to send out the search party for Jonah. That's always a positive. And also a $1.99 super chat from Jonah says, first super chat of the stream. I appreciate it, Jonah. Thank you so very much. Ken, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, what up, people? Wet and miserable here today. Ken, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Well, kick back, relax, huddle up in the house and play a whole bunch of Farming Simulator. That kind of makes up for the wet and miserable day, I think. Yeah, I think so. Pippa, how you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day as well. Says hi, BDD Gaming. Hi, Pippa. How is everyone today? Doing fantastic. Like I said, I'm going to get everybody up to speed on what's been going on, all the things that have been Wow. That was not a noise I was expecting to hear go blasting into my ear. Sorry, that completely distracted me. But I'll catch everybody up as to what's been going on here, not only for the channel, but what's been going on in real life. Get everybody up to speed so everybody knows what's coming, what to expect here moving forward. We got Jody! How's it going, Jody? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says hi. Pippa also says hi to Jody. Reaver Time Todd. How's it going, Todd? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says at Rail Fanning. Is it torture night? Wait, it's always torture night. Why? Did you sense that I was having a really good day today, and then all of a sudden you're like, you know what? Let's push that button. I look forward to whatever kind of torture you have in store for me, so we shall see. Let's see, we got Ken saying LOL Reaver time. We got Jody saying Team BDD. I appreciate it, Jody. Let's see, we got Reaver says that doesn't look like a new house. Not yet. This is the emptying house. As you can see, all the things that were up behind me are now gone. We just have empty, barren walls. We are getting there slowly but surely. So, first bit of information. The week of the 14th. The 14th is closing on this home and is closing on the next home as well. So, that day is going to be completely just off the wall, berserk, hectic, going to be nuts. So, that whole week, be on the lookout. I'm likely going to be taking a hiatus throughout that entire week, maybe a little bit before, maybe a little bit after, but expect that week of me just not being that readily available for the channel. Going to be, that's when we're going to be doing the heavy lifting, the moving and all that stuff. So like couches and TVs and dressers and all that kind of stuff. That's the big stuff. And that's when, I'm going to feel most like a donkey. Yeah, mule, yeah. So anyways, let's see. Todd says, don't forget to pack the fish behind. Oh, no, they are coming with me. They're absolutely coming with me. We were kind of hesitant for a little while as to whether or not we were going to take them with us, but we actually got a really good idea. So my buddy, he does fish all the time. He actually was the one that kind of inspired me to get fish. Because I'm no expert. I'm no expert at all. I do everything I can to keep these guys alive, happy, fed, and clean, and that's about all I know. He goes to the extremes. He does like salt water. He does the whole 9 yards. He is really into it. And that's a whole nother level of work, a whole nother level. So needless to say, that, yeah, we were contemplating not taking them with us because we're moving about an hour and a half away. So we weren't sure, how are we going to get them, from point A to point B. But the worst part about it is the signings and doing all that stuff. The closing is going to be an all-day event. So we had no clue how we were going to just be able to transport them and keep them alive, kind of thing. But he had a brilliant idea, my buddy of mine. He's like, well, you can get a bubbler that works off a battery. You can get a 5-gallon bucket from Home Depot with a lid and just drill a couple holes in the top and run the bubbler down into the water, and they'll be happy as a clam for days. As long as they don't get too hot, then you're going to be good to go. And it's like, you know what? Sold. So my wife and I, we were devastated because we got a Plecostomus, suckerfish for most people. But he's in there. You sometimes see him kind of floating around in there doing his thing. And he was the oldest fish. He's the longest one that we've ever had. And we were devastated to think that we're going to have to give him up. But now all things are good to go. Let me go ahead and switch over to the game here, and we'll get rocking and rolling as I continue to kind of chat. Let's see. We got Jonas says, don't forget we still have a surprise for you. I'm always down for surprises. Always down. Hopefully a good one. Hopefully not one where I want to rip what hair I have left out. Jody says, good day, awesome bud. Glad to hear it. Reaver Time Todd says, why that looks on your face. That is look on your face, that's a lot. Brian Schneider, how's it going, Brian? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says good day to you, Brian. Hope you're having a great one so far. Ken says, last night I cut just over 608,000 liters of chaff off 2 small to medium fields on Alma, Missouri. Are there such things as small to medium-sized fields on Alma, Missouri? I don't know if that's a thing. Just joking. I might need to come over here with a forage pickup. Do I have a forage pickup? That might be something worth investing in. Helps if I'm in the right screen. Let's see. Vehicles. Oh no, I don't have that. I do have this though. I could get this picks up off the ground. I could get this over there. I could bring a trailer. Ooh. Okay, hold on. If that's what I'm planning on doing, let's do this. Let's go. Where is it? It's over here. Oh, you know what? Yeah, it's right there. Let's bring this in. I love this mod. This is such a ridiculous mod, but man, is this thing good. Get this thing going up to 26 miles an hour going cross country. This will work. I literally took about 10 minutes going from the shop over to this side of the field, or this side of the map, with that silly little skid steer. That skid steer, I couldn't for the life of me. I was like, oh, this is torture. I just turned on the cruise control and you could see my tracks. I was just like, you know what? I'm done. I'm done even pretending that there's roads in this game. I'm just going to do my thing. Let's see. Todd says, we used to have a 55-gallon freshwater, so glad I don't do that anymore. Freshwater. Oh, see, it's one of those where I really enjoy it. I was really sad to think, like, man, how are we ever going to get them to get over to the new house? Like I said, it's just an hour and a half away just to drive there. So I'm sitting there thinking, an hour and a half in a bubbleless, unaerated vehicle is going to be really pushing it. Really, really pushing it. And then I'm like, wait a minute. The whole signing and doing all that stuff, that's going to take a long time. to get all that stuff done. So really, I don't know if it's going to be even possible. Let's see. Can I pick this up off the ground? Is it not dumping rocks? That's weird. This normally dumps rocks, doesn't it? Now I gotta pay attention. Is this... Okay, yeah, there's rocks right there. Okay. No, I'm not crazy, you're crazy. What? Why did I go in there? Alright, what is going on here? Did I not just see rocks? Is it picking them up? Stones, 48. Wait, what? 48? What is going on here? 48 liters of stones? Did I just come all the way over here for 48 liters of stones? Wait, what? Let's see. Benji says, Nanu, Benji, how you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Oh, what happened? There we go. Go back to... There we go. Ooh, I don't know what just happened there, but... Todd says, I'm not schizophrenic, I am. That was pretty good, Todd. I like that one. I'll have to remember that one. I'm not schizophrenic, I'm schizophrenic. Alright, now... 63. I'm getting like... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hey, let me go. Let me go, please. Please. Alright, well. I guess we gotta engage ramming speed. Alright, well. This was a huge, huge bust. I remember over on... oh, push, push, push. Come on, push. There we go. Cool. I remember over on Riverbend, I was getting like thousands of liters of stone. Not 63. 63? That's not even worth my effort. Alright, where are the flags? How many more do I have? Do I have just these two? Maybe? Okay. Let's see. Todd says, that's from What About Bob. Oh, that is What About Bob! Oh, man. I didn't even recognize it. Oh, man. I love What About Bob. I remember back in... It was either high school. It was probably high school. It was for a, like, parasocial psychology class that I had. It was like social psychology. Back in... It was either high school, late high school, possibly college. I can't remember. But we got to watch What About Bob, because the professor... No, it had to have been college. It had to have been. I think it was probably one of my intro to psych courses. Anyways, the teacher, professor, I can't remember exactly when, but they loved What About Bob. They said that Bill Murray did an amazing job as to kind of illustrate the... like all the tendencies that can present themselves from a kind of OCD kind of standpoint, because we were going over things like OCD and various other kind of psychological illnesses and stuff like that. And he and he was like, this is a very good movie because it does a very good job in kind of portraying the kind of mindset that somebody with OCD and that kind of like germophobia and all these kind of different psychological afflictions really just kind of goes about doing it. So Bill Murray, I guess, did a really good job according to this teacher. Let's go ahead and do that. All right, well, I am just going to completely abandon the rocks. Uh-oh. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, no. Oh, no. No. Please. Please let me go. Please let me go. Why? What is going on here? I don't know what's going on. What is this? What? Okay. Anyways, I don't know what's going on. Why did that all of a sudden just get stuck? No, car! I decide I have the right of way. Let's see. Benji says, it's going well, has had a super day. That's awesome, Benji. That's fantastic. Jay Boyd, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Couple of emojis there. Love it. Oh, man. So, yeah, no, it's been a very interesting day. Been a good day, but an interesting day. So as I keep saying, I'm in the midst of buying a new house and selling this one out. That's why all the stuff's gone behind me. Well, I started dealing with the title company today that's selling this house that I'm in, and holy smokes, am I absolutely petrified of this title company. At least this worker. This worker, oops, is just not on their game. So they sent me some paperwork today, and they're like, okay, well, we need X information, Y information, Z information. And I'm like, okay, no problem. So I reach out to them as quickly as I possibly can after, getting this email, and I send them all the information that they need, or at least what I thought that they needed. And then all of a sudden they sent me an email saying, hey, we need you to sign XYZ paperwork because your lender, your bank, requires to have some kind of third-party consent for the transaction, because they're doing a bunch of wiring of monies and whatnot, because we're using what money we're getting from this house, paying off the mortgage that's remaining here, and rolling it into the next house to make the payments affordable. Well, what ends up happening is they sent me this paperwork, and I'm reading it, because I'm that kind of a nerd. I'm reading the paperwork and realize, wait a minute, my wife's name is spelled wrong. It's not only is it spelled wrong, it's completely the wrong middle name. They used my middle name for her name, and it's like, wait, what? So I reached out to him, I emailed him, say, thank you for sending this over, but I noticed that my wife's name is not accurate on this paperwork. Is this something that can be fixed? And all of a sudden he sends me an email back saying, hi, and he uses my middle name as my first name. And I'm like, what? I correct him, said, that's my middle name in the... Oh, wait. I do have some stones on here. Don't I have a silo somewhere for stones? I thought I installed one. Did I? That's the remove junk. That's the fert. Maybe I don't. Well, let's change that. I mean, don't I have... Oh, I do have a bunch of stones over here. Okay, hold on. So we need silos. I think I'm going to install one of these. 100,000, a million, 10 million. Why not that one? So let's see. We want to find somewhere relatively flat. Can we, though? Oof. Oh, here we go. This doesn't seem too bad. Something like that. Okay. The only problem with that is really now I do need a trailer, unless I want to kind of cart this back and forth, which, meh, I might actually do that. That might be alright. Okay. Let's just drop that off there. I'll park this here for now. Okay. Oops. Wrong. Let's see. Jay Boyd says, I'm good, can't complain. Awesome. Also says, whoop whoop, congratulations, you're going to a 2-story house or single level. Oh, a single. So because I live here in Florida, it's actually pretty rare to find 2-story homes that aren't like in large HOA kind of communities, because they kind of buttress each other and deflect from the wind and whatnot from hurricanes. So it's I'm not saying it's like unheard of, but typically you need to be like not out in the open, because otherwise you just basically got a big kite for the wind and whatnot. So no, it's a single story home. Very, very excited at this point. You know, I had my kind of, you know, worries and trepidations, you know, and all that stuff, but now we're to a point where we're just we're really excited. And bam, look at that. So what we got over here? We got 3,000 liters of stones. Whew, I'm glad I went through all that effort. That's all right. All right, but anyways, so yeah, no, just dealing with that title guy earlier. He sends me an email back and he's like, okay, I corrected it. And I'm like, well, I don't see anything attached to the email. What's the deal? And he's like, oh, I didn't send it. I just showing you that I corrected in a system. Like, I don't see anything that you're showing me. There's nothing attached, nothing new at least. And he then sends me a screenshot of his the portal or whatever that he's using in order to put information in. And I'm like, okay, well, that still doesn't negate the fact that the paperwork that you sent me still has my middle name for my wife. So that doesn't work, you know, it doesn't work out. Jonathan, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, debating on buying this. It's currently going for $40, but may wait for better sale. What do you think? I'll be honest with you, Jonathan. If you can get it for $40, I think it's worth it. Look, I'm a little bit biased, but I'm going to try and separate myself from the biases that I have for just a second to kind of, you know, let you know how I feel about this truthfully. So I think that Farming Simulator is by far and away one of the best games that I've played because of the utilitarian view that it takes. And what I mean by that is, Pippa
Philippa
with
Thompson donated $1 New Zealand through Super Chat.
Pippa with $1 New Zealand. Thank you so much, Pippa. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so very much. So anyways, the utilitarian version of this, and what I mean by that is that this game can be played however you want to play it. If you want to be super realistic, you can play that. If you want to be like, just kind of more casual, you can play it that way too. I mean, you saw how you may have seen how I literally just drove through the fields and not really caring, because I just wanted to get there as quickly as I possibly could. But if you want, you can play hyper specific, hyper realistic, and using the equipment exactly the way it's intended to be used in real life and all that stuff, or you can just play however you want. And you can kind of set up all these different scenarios and all these different things that you can do that kind of just works out however you see fit. I absolutely love it. And it's one of the few games I've ever played where it's very calming in nature, to where I come from the EA Sports world where I played hockey, the you know Call of Duties and all that kind of stuff. I played those games all the time, and after I was done playing them, I was always like really jazzed and hyped up and really kind of or angry, or depending on how things went, my mood would be so dramatically affected in one way, shape, or form. But now that I'm older, now that I'm in my 40s, it's one of those where I just want to relax and play, like have fun, not worry about one little thing gonna throw me into a bad mood kind of thing. And here it is. So in my humble opinion, I think $40 is a really good price. Now, yeah, you're if you wait, 6-8 months to a year, however long, you might get in on a little bit better of a deal. But for $40 for a game that's only 6 months old, if that, I think it's a pretty good price. I think that's pretty good. So again, that's my opinion. Take it as you will. But yeah. But what do y'all think? What do y'all think in the chat? Help Jonathan out there. Let him know what you think. Pippa says, you're welcome. Thank you again, Pippa. I greatly, greatly appreciate it. So let's see. Now that we are done with that contract, we're in December. There's really not a whole lot going on. So I'm just going to go ahead and skip ahead in time, maybe to March, because yeah, right now you can see there's literally nothing besides those couple of contracts. It's really not worth hammering out. There's no mowing to be done. There's no nothing to do. So at this point, I'm just gonna skip. Just gonna go ahead and go to the next month. Well, March. Probably March is when I'm gonna kind of kick back into it. But anyways, so I'm sitting there going back and forth with this person at the title company, and I'm telling him, it's like, well, look, I still only have the version of the document that has the wrong name on the paperwork. Like, do you want me to fill this out? And that's basically where we left it at that point. It was like, okay, I'm just waiting to hear back from him at this point. But it was just one of those like really kind of weird kind of events, because I thought I was saying things very plainly, and I don't know if it was kind of getting lost in the in the wording, because it's all via email and stuff. So most likely, if I don't get anywhere tomorrow, I'm going to be calling them and saying, look, what do you want me to do? Because I'm the kind of person, I hate texting when it comes to anything important. I hate email. I can't stand, because there's no way to understand a person's tone or inflection, and you lose so much in the ways of communication when you're doing it via text. So perfect example is my wife and I, when we were very kind of new to the relationship, if we ever had a fight or something like that, we started, okay, well, if we can't talk now, well, then we're going to just, keep on talking throughout text and all that stuff. And we've learned very quickly that this is a very, very bad idea, because we're sitting there and we're basically saying things that neither one of us actually mean. We're not trying to hurt the other or anything along those lines, but it's coming off as if we are just being very rude or short-tempered or whatever the case may be. And yeah, we're in the middle of a fight, but so much was being lost in the text, and we were sitting there having to go back, and it's like, no, I didn't mean it like that. I meant it this way. And, again, because we were very early on in our relationship, it was one of those where, neither one of us wanted to kind of admit when we were wrong. We wanted to kind of, stand our ground and, oh, well, this is what's going on, and, all that kind of stuff, all that kind of, young, prideful kind of stuff. And it wasn't, for, the first couple of years where we finally realized, hey, we need to set our pride aside, and, we're trying to do this as a team kind of thing. So And that's when we also realized, like, look, a lot of our communication issues is that we're trying, like, yeah, we lead busy lives. You know, if we're off at work and you're at the office and I'm at home or whatever, or we're both at the office, we can't have out this conversation at this point in time. Well, we're going to have to just put it on hold kind of thing until we get back. And unfortunately, you know, that means that we're going to have, you know, potentially a pretty sour day wherever we are. But it's better than sitting there trying to have it out with each other over text and making the situation 10 times worse. So that's basically where we kind of came up with that. And it really kind of reinforced the fact of, you know, hey, I, like, me personally can't stand texting and doing all that stuff, especially when it comes to important stuff. Now, how do I want to proceed? I can get the Bednar Batwing by Gaming Joy. This is an amazing mod. I absolutely love this mod. And honestly, I might take this. But it's only 7 meters wide. I could do this, take out a loan or something. And this is 10 meters. So it's only 3 meters wider. No. For $250,000 and only 3 meters, this does everything the other one does. And actually, this one does more. This does way more. So yeah, let's get the Bednar. Let's get this. This is what we're going to do. So let's go. You know what? We're going to buy it. That's right. We're going whole hog today. That's right. Whoo, man, I need to clean up this yard. Ooh, you know what? Don't I own this? I do. I wonder... what if I buy these? Place them around the yard here. Maybe put one... put one right here. Maybe put another one over here. Oh, I can't get into the corner. No, why? Why can I not build things into the corners? No. Ooh, but I could go right over here. Uh-oh. I hear something.
Yo.
We have Will T Gaming joining us here in the chat tonight. Will, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing all right. I'm actually very, very thankful that no tornadoes hit us, so that's good.
Tornadoes?
Yeah, so there was a massive storm that hit like the central of the U.S., like Minnesota and North Dakota and all that. And because they got hit with like EF3, EF4 tornadoes. And so we got hit like the aftermath of the storm. I know south of me, so Warsaw area, they got hail almost the size of golf balls.
Holy smokes.
And one tornado touched down. Didn't touch down for very long, but here we just got some wind and some rain. So
Well, thankfully, that wasn't an issue for you. Holy smokes, man! I'm glad to hear that it wasn't worse.
yeah, right. Me too.
Oh my goodness. Well, Will, we are in the midst of trying to find some creative solutions, and it dawned on me that, ooh, what about that? What about putting it over here?
Oh, okay. So that means I gotta pull up your stream. Hang on a second.
I'm sitting there oohing and eyeing, trying to come up with little creative solutions for the yard here, because needless to say, the yard is a wee bit dirty, and I don't want to carry all these individual bags over to the farm, because I don't have any place to store it over there. But I could store it over here at the shop area, because why not? I own the land. Oh, hey, that didn't go right. What I'm worried about is, where does this unload? You know what? YOLO. Okay.
Let's see.
So anyways, like I was saying though, yes, I can load it. Yes. All right, cool. So yeah, needless to say, I've been fighting with the title company guy. Just don't seem like he's sitting there kind of reading through his messages all that thoroughly. Like he's almost kind of looking at, just a quick snippet of what it is rather than understanding what is being said. I don't know.
Right.
But needless to say, that was the thing today that kind of was annoying. But outside of that, though... Wait a minute. Okay, 36. Okay, cool. That's what I thought. But really, outside of that, everything else has been going really, really smooth. Shockingly smooth. Of course, now that I said that, it's going to all, blow up in my face. Well, so I'm selling this house, and as some people may know, is when you do buying or selling of homes, they require an inspection, especially if you're going to have like a mortgage for the home, and it's even worse when an FHA loan is involved, which is what's being involved with the house we're selling here. And what's happening is that because it's an FHA loan, they get to kind of dictate a lot of stuff through the mortgage company as to how or if the home is going to qualify for the loan. And when that all happened, they had to get the inspectors over here, they had to get the appraisers over here and do all this kind of stuff. The appraiser came by. Everything was all fine and dandy. The inspector came by and basically dinged us on 4 separate parts. And I'm kicking myself really hard over not getting these, not having these things addressed previously. Besides, with the exception of one, there was one thing that I would never have known, like at all. And so the 4 things that they dinged us on, that they consider what's called 4 points, part of the 4-point inspection, which are the things that are like absolutely critical, must be fixed, must be addressed kind of stuff. And they were a part of the, that's not where I meant to go, part of the roof, because we have a metal roof. The ridge cap, the part of the roof that's like dead center on the divider. So imagine you have your roof and it meets up at a center point just like this. They put a cap over that center point where the seams are, to where rain will hit that center cap and run down and into like the rest of the roof. Well, a portion of that center cap was loose. And one of the things that they required is for every single repair, they're basically like, okay, well, you have to have a licensed, contractor come in, and not only do they have to then unfold, not only do they have to come in, ready to harvest. Okay, cool. They have to provide a receipt and they have to take pictures. So I guess it's all pretty standard stuff and whatnot, but I've never sold a house. This is the first time I've ever done it. So they're kind of walking me through all this stuff. And when the roofer, because we had to get a roofer over here, they're like, okay, well, get your roofer, have them go up there, have them secure down the pan or the center cap, and you're good. And after they did all that, the roofer gets up there and he's like, I don't know what this inspector's talking about. I don't see anything that's wrong with this roof. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, I literally see nothing wrong with this roof. There's nothing for me to do. And I'm like, oh, well, that's not good. So I get a hold of my agent. And I'm like, hey, I've got the roofer over here, and he's telling me that this inspector is insane. That he's just making up stuff, or that he's just kind of, doing something to, get us to commit money for something that doesn't need to be done. And I'm like, can you get a hold of the buying agent? It's like, can you ask them to send us the inspection? Because I have no idea what needs to be done. And I've got the roofer here, and I can't keep him here forever without him giving him something to do.
Right.
And my agent, he gets on the phone, again, awesome agent, really, really pleased I went with this guy. And one of those where he gets a hold of their inspection report, and all the inspection report said is repair needed. That's literally it. No picture, nothing that shows or indicates what part of the roof they're even talking about. So he then gets onto the phone with the inspector himself and says, like, look, man, what are you talking about with this? Because right now I've got the roofer over there, and my client has the roofer over there, and they have no idea what you're talking about.
Right.
And finally he's like, oh, well, if you go 6 to 8 feet in from the end of the building there, and you give it a little tug, you'll see that the screws are ever so loose. That's holding it down. And I'm like, really? That's what we're getting a person out here to do, is just to zip in a couple of screws? So, needless to say, the guy had to take off at that point because he wasn't able to actually, do it on the spot.
Right.
So the next day he sent somebody else there, because he basically was a bigger guy, so he can't get onto that style of a roof to make the repair. So the other guy comes by and he's like, okay, I heard from the other guy. The other guy told me do X, Y, and Z. It should be good to go from there. I'm like, perfect. So he goes up there and he literally sees that the screws are just backed out ever so slightly, maybe about not even like an eighth of an inch. They're just backed out slightly, but they're enough to where if the wind blew, it kind of shimmies that ridge cap, and
Right.
That's what the inspector dinged us on. So all he did is he unscrewed 4 screws because they weren't able to grip through the actual meat that was in the roof, or where they were affixed to before, and
Right.
he backed them out and he got bigger screws, and then he zipped those in their place. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm bracing myself. Okay, well, this is gonna be like $150 repair, for 4 screws and all this stuff. And then he's like, okay, well, you're all set, ready to go. The other guy will be back here later to fill out all the paperwork and do all that. I'm like, oh, great, so I'm bracing for impact and all this stuff. And the guy shows up. He's like, man, look, I feel guilty even charging you $1 for this kind of job. Like, seriously, it literally took 2 seconds and it was 4 screws. Like, he's like, I tell you what, because it has to be invoiced, because, again, it's for the inspector, and we have to show
Right.
proof that we had a professional and do it.
Right.
It's like, because of this, I'll charge you $50. And I got to thinking, it's like, wow, that's the most expensive set of 4 screws I've ever had in my entire life.
Are they golden?
You know what? If they're golden, I'm gonna go up, shimmy up onto the roof, and rip them out. 'Cause now I've got the proof. I got the proof
Yeah,
that it
right.
was fixed.
Oh man.
So that was the first one. The second one, which this one I'm really kicking myself over, because I knew that this was an issue, or would have been an issue, but I completely forgot about it. Just completely forgot. And the original owners must have had a leak in the kitchen, because the cabinetry underneath was kind of wavy when we bought the place, but it wasn't like
Right.
ridiculously bad or anything like that. It was just enough to be an annoyance. So what they had done to fix their issue was they put a whole bunch of plumber's putty around the slip sleeve on the drainage pipe. So instead of being able to tighten it down or putting a new slip sleeve, they just put a whole bunch of plumber's putty underneath it. And it was like, okay, well, that stopped the leak. So they also didn't realize, because that drain kind of drained a little slowly. Not bad or anything. It was just kind of annoyance almost. Well, it turns out they must have been dumping a whole bunch of grease into that part of the sink, because it was basically like 70% blocked because they had to cut through the piping and all that stuff to bring it up to code. Because in their infinite wisdom, they thought, oh, well, it can't be the grease that we're dumping down the drain. It's got to be that it's not ventilated properly. So they installed what's called a Studer valve in the plumbing line. Well, the thing is that there's already a vent downstream that is working properly. So adding that Studer valve didn't fix anything. So basically what they had to do is they had to re-pipe the trap going from the left side of the drain. And when they originally quoted me, they're like, okay, well, this is going to cost you $1,100.
Right.
Because they're thinking that they're going to have to not only take out the left side of the drain, they're going to have to rework the garbage disposal side of the drain as well. They're going to have to take out all the piping, all the plumbing from there, remove the double trap, because there were two traps, one trap after the garbage disposal and one trap on the left side of the drain as well. So they're like, oh, we're going to have to remove the trap on the left side, or on the garbage disposal side, and we're going to have to, bring this all back up to code, and blah, blah, blah. We're going to have to move the Studer valve to the back, because they just assumed, because they didn't see that it was vented downstream, that right. They just assumed that, okay, well, there's a reason why the Studer valve's here. So, needless to say, he gets in there and he's like, okay, well, good news is I don't have to do as much work as I originally quoted you, so it's going to be like $700. Like, you know what? That's like $400 cheaper than what you quoted me first time. I'll take it.
Right.
And then they were also here because they had to work on the water heater. Because, again, in the original owner's wisdom, they decided they were going to install galvanized pipes on the hot and cold side of the water heater. And that's not anywhere close to being code. Like, not anywhere at all. And then they use these cheap, it's like the cheapest version of metal copper lines that you can use that would be rated for a water heater and its pressure that it can exert. Oh. And needless to say, they're like, that's a problem in the making. So they had to basically hard plumb everything throughout that whole water heater system. So that was the totality of the plumber. And then the last thing was the garbage disposal. It was hardwired in to the electrical line.
Oh.
So when everything was all said and done, they had to put a regular plug line to the garbage disposal and then drop an electrical box. And that was like $700. So yeah, needless to say, all that stuff was really frustrating, but now it's all done. It's ready, set to go. I don't have to worry about anything else beyond this point. And yeah, I'm happy about that.
There you go.
But let's see. Todd says $50 skew you long time.
What?
I don't know what that means. SKWEU. Do you have my chat up? Do you see what that says?
Let's see here.
I know what it is now. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, screwy.
Yep. I think that was like the old military movies.
Yeah.
Love You Long Time.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Todd. That one, it flew over my head for a second there, but I caught up to you. I caught up to it. Oh, man.
Have you heard from Whiskey at all lately, or no?
I saw him in a stream not too long ago. I think I saw him streaming earlier, actually. He was actually streaming on his channel, but I was like just quickly breezing through a few things while I was in the middle of work.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I had to pick up Bree from work, so I never got a chance to actually catch his stream.
Gotcha.
But I mean, well, because I mean, you usually when you're streaming or whatever I'm streaming, he usually pops in, but I haven't seen him. Well,
Yeah, no. I'll reach out to him at some point and see what he's been up to. But
yeah, I did today.
oh, nice. But no. So yeah, there was the repairs are all done, so that's all. Glad that's all done and over with. The title company, that'll never mind. Got all the appraisals back on both sets of the properties, and they came back really good, so I'm really happy about that. So yeah, I mean, everything's just kind of flowing. But like I was saying earlier, May 14th is the closing date. So that whole week, I'm basically going to be like pretty much on hiatus for the channel and pretty much anything that's going on, because that's when we're going to be like, we're getting the U-Haul, we're going to be moving stuff, doing all that, kind of thing. So that whole week, I'm pretty much going to be, down for the count, and both probably physically and mentally at that point. Because yeah, that's Monday, that Monday before the close, that's when we rent the U-Haul truck, and that's when we're going to load all the big stuff. But one cool thing that may kind of come out from all this is, like I mentioned before, the people who are buying this, they're using an FHA loan, and they're a younger couple. So
Right.
my wife and I were going through and kind of taking stock of, okay, this is coming, this is going to the dump, this is coming, this is coming, this is going, all this kind of stuff. And we're doing our best to kind of get rid of as much junk as we possibly can, because we don't want to clutter the next home. We want to kind of do a little bit better and get rid of the stuff that we don't use. Well,
Exactly.
we got to thinking, well, it'd be a real shame to throw out some of this stuff. Like, I built in the next room over there, I built a nice little, it's almost like an entertainment center, but it's really heavy duty constructions, basically 2x4 construction. I painted it a really nice bright white on the bottom, and then the top is a stained wood, like 2x6s on tops, and they're just kind of buttressed together, kind of thing. And it turned out awesome. I love it, but there's nowhere to put it in the new house. My wife and I basically, it's like, we don't want to get rid of it, but there's nothing we can do, kind of thing.
Right.
But I reached out to my agent and told him, hey, look, I know this is a younger couple, and typically younger couples don't have like furniture and stuff like that, especially when they're first buying. They're trying to, do what they can. So I told him, it's like, look, if you reach out to their agent and see, like, if we just leave them some furniture, would they want us to do that? Like, we're either gonna throw it away, or we're gonna donate it to them, kind of thing. So it's one of those two.
Right.
We're either throwing it away or we're gonna give it to them. And he's like, you know what, I'll reach out and see what the buying agent says. We'll kind of go from there. And I heard from my agent today. He's like, I heard from their agent, and it sounds like they'd be very much interested in it. So a lot of that stuff that we would have had to load up and take to the dump and do all that stuff with, sounds like we're not going to have to do that. So that's actually
Nice.
like really awesome. We'll just be able to leave it in the home, and then it's their problem from there, basically. So it kind of works twofold. It's less work for me, and it helps them out.
Yeah.
So that's the way I kind of see it.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. Yo, my leg wasn't killing me because I'm off of work. I would say I'll come down and help you.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate the offer. But no, I trust me, I understand. Actually, my dad is going through something similar to you. Did you announce before I even say anything? Did you say what's been going on, or are you keeping that under wraps?
I did announce it briefly, and I think it was agribusiness tonight that I announced it.
Well, I think you said that you got something going on with your leg, but I don't think you were into the specifics, if I remember right.
Well, because what I stated, and it was on agribusiness tonight. What I stated though is that I just had some surgery done on my leg, and they had a cut in my leg, but other than that, that's all. So I didn't want to go full into detail.
Sure. So my dad, he had knee replacement surgery about 5 or 6 years ago, and ever since he's been battling infection after infection after infection in his legs all the time. And he's got another infection. It's really bad, and he just got an MRI done on his legs, and turns out he's got like fluid built up all around, pretty much everywhere in his legs, around his legs, around the bones and his joints, like the whole 9 yards. And he's been complaining to the doctor for literal months, saying, I need to get on some kind of, antibiotic. My leg is all messed up. You got to help me out here, doc, kind of thing. And literally months. And they just keep pushing it off, blowing it off. Oh no, it's fine. Oh no, it's fine. His leg is bright, like red, almost purple, because of the infection, and it's just kind of doing its thing. And this doctor, he was told by another doctor he was supposed to be on, like, for the rest of his life, this specific type of antibiotic that he was going to have to be on for like the rest of his life, kind of thing. And his doctor basically said, no, we're not going to do that, and took him off of it. And sure enough, they take him off of it, and the infection comes back and does its thing again. So it's like all this different stuff that he's been going through, and this doctor, like, I'm thoroughly mad at this doctor, because my uncle, my dad, he has diabetes. My uncle had, because when he was alive, had diabetes, and he got an infection in his leg, and they actually had to amputate his leg because of the infection. So my dad, he's really worried, like, did this doctor really kind of mess around with me so badly that, hey, I might have to go through this and lose my leg?
Hey, you know what though? But if that happens, you can actually take that doctor to court.
Oh yeah, no. Well, and I was telling him, it's like, you need to consider going to talk to a lawyer just to kind of cover your bases at this point, because like I said, my dad's been complaining about this for months. For months he's been complaining about this infection, and it's not like it's not obvious. I mean, you look at his leg, and it's literally like bright red and purple. Like, you can tell just something's wrong just by looking at it.
Yeah, see, I'm thankful because mine's not like that, but see, my thing is I have leaky valves, like leaky veins, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And it's due to poor circulation. Now, for that, because I've had it ever since I was like born, basically, but it didn't start taking effect until last year. And so the only way to fix that, even if I lose weight, even if I lose a lot of weight, it's still gonna be there. And I know that I was told that the only way it can be fixed is by surgery. And I was like, nope. And because I got like fluid buildup basically from like not my knee, but like a little bit down from my knee, and like down all the way down. Like today I woke up and my foot was swollen. Yesterday it was just fine. Like tomorrow I'll wake up and it'll be just fine.
Just in case you hear me giggling in the background, I'm not laughing at you. I just want to clarify that.
I see the chat.
Yeah. That's. I looked down and I saw the chat, and I just started laughing. That was really funny.
Touchdown.
Samuel says 1, 2, 3. Jonah says 4, 5, 6. Reaver 22, 37, 19. Samuel again with 26. Jonah with 75. Samuel with 67. Jonah with 1, 2, 3, 4. Then Reaver, this is where I started losing. Blue 32, Blue 32. Samuel then 89, and Ken, hike, touchdown.
touchdown.
Hey! It's good. Oh my goodness. You are too much. Too much.
Yo, I actually took some screenshots earlier from when I actually got to play for a little bit. I just never got a chance to send them over to you.
How
But-
dare you?
Dude, I'm not. Dude, I've been on the phone for 2.5 hours today with unemployment. And I'm telling you, they do not make this stuff easy.
Oh, they never do. It's
and then-
government. You expect government to make anything easy?
And then on top of that too, I was also on the phone for an hour trying to figure out my taxes because so Bree sent in the check for taxes like a while ago, but she wrote like a different amount, so she forgot the 2 in there. So instead of it being 1,213, she put 1,013. So we still owed some money.
Uh-oh.
So I end up making a payment online for that, and I haven't had a confirmation number. I even got a letter in the mail saying you still owe this amount of money, please pay it. And I'm like, no, I already paid this. So today I was finally was able to get through to somebody. After an hour and a half on the phone, I finally got to somebody because I kept asking to speak to someone higher up, and I finally got to a manager, and I was like, listen, I understand it's your job to collect taxes and all, but I already paid this. And he was like, well, according to our account, you haven't. And I'm like, I got a confirmation number here, and no one else wanted to listen to me. And he goes, okay, well, here, I'll type it in, I'll let you know. So I gave him the confirmation number. You know what he said afterwards?
What's that?
Oh, well, it looks like it just came out of your account today. I'm like, oh.
Oh, jeez.
I'm like, and I literally told the guy over the phone, I'm like, listen, if you ever send me another bill like this again, I'm not paying it because I know I already paid it. And the guy's like, well, I'm deeply sorry for all the miscommunication. I'm like, typical. And I end up hanging the phone up.
Oh, I tell you what, man, just be careful. Old government there, they'll sit there and hunt you down regardless of whether or not you want to pay it or not.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm very thankful I took a screenshot of after I paid it because I got a confirmation number and everything. I'm glad I took that screenshot.
Oh, for sure.
It just saved my rear end on that. But, I made a post today, which I know that you liked it. Giant Software made a blog about looking for cultivators, basically. Which if anyone is wondering, if you guys haven't looked at my YouTube channel yet or looked on farmsimulator.com, basically what it is they're looking for like ambassadors almost for certain areas in the U.S. I filled out a application for it.
You do work for giants.
No, I submitted an application. Doesn't mean I'll get it. Hey, you know what, though? If I do get it, well, then, that will no longer be a running joke.
It'll be a real one.
Be like, you work for Giants. I'd be like, shh.
Oops, that's not what I meant to do.
So,
Well, no, that's awesome. Like, I saw that earlier today, and I'm like, you know what? This has got Will's name written all over it. I literally thought that.
yeah. I filled it out, like, instantly after I saw it and I read all about it. I instantly filled it out and sent it in. I finally got in touch with somebody from Giants about my game.
Oh, yeah.
So they stated that they deeply apologize because they don't know what's going on. So they told me to reboot my PC a couple of times, make sure things up to date, and then reinstall it without installing the Macdown DLC. I was like, okay. They're like, listen, if that doesn't work, just wait for the next game patch to come out.
Okay.
And I was like, okay. And then he asked, well, what is the patch on the thing? And I was like, it's 1.7. He goes, He goes, that shouldn't be it. I'm like, well, that's what it is on the on the eShop. So they end up messing me back over email, and they're like, okay, well, that shouldn't be like that. So if it doesn't work this time, just wait for the next patch to come out, and it should work. I was like, okay, thank you.
Nice.
And they said that if it didn't work, then they'll send me a copy for free. So,
Oh, even better.
so, so, so
I tell you what, though, it's one of those where I know Giants catches a lot of heat for a lot of the things that they do, some of the decisions they make, and all that stuff. But it really does seem like they genuinely try to, do right by the community. It's one of those that I don't know. There's certainly no EA. I mean, I know I keep picking on them. I know that I've got this kind of running thing with EA. It's just those are my nightmare experiences with them. And I know that it gets so much worse than the things that are complained about the most with Giants.
right. Well, I know. Well, I know that the. Well, I didn't post it because it's not really farm simulated, but I know that Giants just threw out the teaser trailer for the new racing sim game that they partnered with.
Yeah, I heard about that. That is going to be interesting.
The graphics in it look better than 25. FS 25. I know. I mean, I understand it's not like the exact same, like, engine that they use. It's a different kind of engine.
Sure.
But I know Giants are working closely with some Studio 4. I think something along those lines. I know they're working closely with them, so the next farm sim game, they want the graphics to be like next level. So
let's do it, Giants. I'm on board. Let's find that next level. Let's see. So we got Sammy with the LOL, Jonah with, well, we don't want to be too little. I got you there. Ken says, I sent BDD some okay screenshots because these one screenshot I quite like. Yes. So that will come later. And yeah, that I know exactly which screenshot you're talking about there, Ken. It was legit. It was good. Jonah says, Uncle Sam will hunt you down like no tomorrow. 100% they will. You owe Uncle Sam money. He will go to the ends of the earth to make sure he gets it from you. Somehow they extract blood from that turnip. Taco de Groot. How's it going, Taco? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, good evening, folks. Good evening, Taco. We got Benji saying hey to Taco. Taco saying hey, Benji. We got Ken saying, what up, Taco? And what up, Benji? And then we got Benji saying, not much, just finished work and enjoying a glass of Pinot Grigio. Nice. Very nice. Let's see. So, what else has been going on? So, outside of the whole title company and all that stuff, you're having to basically coordinate with like a dozen different people when it comes to the whole buying, selling, process, and it's really overwhelming at times because you've got so many different people. So what happened earlier is I got a call from my mortgage company, and they're like, oh, hey, well, you need this DC document. And I'm like, okay, I don't speak your jargon. What is the DC document? Oh, and they're like, what was it? Like was it the disclosure or some kind of document? And it's basically the final document for the sale of this home. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, I don't know how I get that. I'm like, would my agent know how to do that? And they're like, maybe.
Maybe.
I'm like, what do you mean, baby? If he doesn't know, then how am I supposed to know? I've never sold a house before. Right. And they're like, oh, yeah, just talk to your agent, and hopefully they'll be able to walk you through it. And sure enough, I get a hold of my agent immediately afterwards. I'm like, hey, have you ever heard of this document, this DC document? And he's like, oh, yeah, this this DC document, blah blah blah. You gotta get it for get it from the title company, and all that stuff. And it's after they kind of figure out all the actual final costs and final figures and all that stuff. I'm like, oh, okay. So when do I expect to get that? And he's like, oh, you can get that here in the next probably couple of days, kind of thing. I'm like, oh, well, guess that's better than, several weeks from now or whatever, because the mortgage company needs it so they can actually send that to underwriting and kind of make their next steps. So they can't proceed with my portion of the sale until all that stuff happens, because I'm doing what they call a double close, which, I'm closing on the sale of this house and closing on the purchase of the next house all in the same day. So
Right.
basically the AM I'm selling this house and the PM I'm buying the next house. And I'm using the proceeds from the first to go towards the mortgage of the second.
Right.
And and basically the disclosure document that they're looking for, the DC document, tells them how to set up all the wiring from one title company to the next. So basically, how am I paying for, or how am I being paid and how am I paying for the next property, kind of thing, is what they're basically setting up. And it's just, it is such an absolute nightmare to go through all this stuff. Like the kind of systems that people can create when they want to create bureaucracy is just
Right.
next level stupid. It's
There's actually there's actually a house right down the road that Bree and I were looking at. We're I mean, we don't have the money right now, but we're hoping it's still going to be available by the time we have the money. So
nice.
it's got central air in it.
Oh, that's right. That's not really a thing up in the north. It took me a second to realize why that would have been a big deal. And it's like, wait a minute, you lived in Michigan for over 20 years. You know exactly why.
Yeah.
Because when I lived in Michigan, none of my homes, not a single one of them had central air. They had, like the most recent home that I had there had not diesel. Kerosene? No. Was it? It wasn't diesel. Well, it had to have been kerosene. Kerosene furnace. And every year they'd have to come out and deliver, a whole, truckload of, fuel for the heater. But we didn't have air conditioning. The only thing we had, the closest thing we had, was a window shaker. And it was in my parents' room. That's eventually why I moved into the basement, is because in the summer times it would be ungodly hot and I couldn't sleep at night. So it's like, you know what? I'm done with this. I'm just going to live in the basement. And sure enough, like all year round, it's cool.
Right.
So I could get some relief by just being downstairs in the basement. So it was awesome. I enjoyed it. Let's see.
Just finished downloading now. I'm just waiting to see if it'll actually install.
Ooh, keep our fingers crossed. Let's see. Benji says, "Hey Ken," and Benji also says, "Heating oil." Yeah, it was some kind of heating oil. I'm pretty sure it was kerosene, if I remember correctly. I remember it wasn't gas. It was like it wasn't like propane or something like that, but it was like a liquid. They would have the tanker truck come to our house like pretty much every winter, and they would drop like, I don't know, like 100 or so plus gallons, maybe 200 gallons, because there was a big tank in the back of the house, and that was the only thing that was like connected to like the quote unquote air was this heating system. Taco says, there was a question that circulated way before the internet, and it was, if you can get rid of one thing in the world, what would it be? I always said religion. I switched it to bureaucrats and politicians. 100% there, Taco. Get rid of the bureaucrats. Get rid of the politicians. 100% on board with you there. Oh my goodness. It's nuts. Like, it's incredible the systems that people will make that'll put into place when there's not a incentive to keep things lean and trim. It's
Right.
not like a business where you have to have a bottom line. You have to have X amount of money to be able to do the job. If you don't have X amount of money and you don't have X amount of resources, then you just can't do it. You just can't do the job, kind of thing. Well,
Right.
government doesn't work like that. Government has basically unlimited resources, and they'll come up with whatever convoluted system they want in order to make sure that you're going to get whatever it is that they're offering. But oftentimes it's at such ridiculously overinflated rates because of all the bureaucracy that's thrown into it. So I'm right there with you, Taco. Let's see. Taco says, I need a second glass of Pinot Grigio. You know what? After talking about politicians and bureaucracy, you pour me a glass too. Oh my goodness. But no, so what else? What else has been going on here lately? So
Yo, I got some scotch in your room.
I said a glass of wine. I don't need to get full rip roaring drunk. Oh my goodness. I tell you what, I'm not a big drinker. I'm not a big drinker at all. The last time that I got like even the least bit tipsy was for my bachelor party. And it's not like I just went out and like did like the stereotypical bachelor thing, because I'm not that big into like going out to parties and like going to clubs or doing like all that kind of nonsense. I'm very low key when it comes to just who I am and what I do. So
Right.
I ended up getting, several of my closest buddies, and we all decided that we were going to go. Where did we go? We ended up going to, we went bowling. That's what it was. Went to the bowling alley, had a couple of drinks at the bowling alley, had some, some snacks and stuff, and then we all went out to dinner. We went out to, I think we went to Applebee's. It wasn't anything grand or anything like that. But then that's where they started feeding me all the drinks, was over at Applebee's. And I found my worst enemy at Applebee's. It was the, oh goodness, what was it? Not the Four Wise Men. No, was it Arnold Palmer iced tea? No, Long Island iced tea. Was that it?
Oh yeah, Long Island iced teas.
But it was like, if I remember, it was like a concoction of like 4 different liquors in one drink, kind of thing.
Yeah, that right there is a Long Island iced tea. Yo, I love Long Island iced teas.
Oh man, that was so good, yet so bad.
If the bartender actually makes it right though, you'll never be able to taste the alcohol.
Oh yeah, no, it was delicious. What I mean by it was so bad is that I had too much.
Oh,
So my friends, they end up pouring me into the car, we're at Applebee's. We're just sitting at a normal table. It's not like we're at the bar or anything like that. And we're all just kind of hanging out there, having a good time, eating some food and all that stuff. And they're just pouring me. It was buy one get ones on the Long Island, so I ended up having like 4 of them.
oof.
Yeah, it was it was an interesting night. But I remember, we're leaving, and I'm kind of, wobbling out to the car, and I'd been drinking other stuff besides that as well. But those were the ones that set me over the top.
Right.
And going out to the car, wobbling out there, and I sit in the passenger seat, and I'm just all, all happy-go-lucky and all that stuff, because that's the kind of drunk I am. Is we get out there and we get to the house, and apparently all my buddies, because they all followed us back, all my buddies called my now wife, my then fiance, and say, hey, you ought to meet us out into the driveway here, because Dave's kind of toasty. And she's like, really you got him drunk? Because again, I'm not a big drinker. This is the first and only
Right.
time she's ever seen me drunk. And she's like, oh, that's amazing. So she's all excited. So I get out there and I step out of the car, and I'm again my happy-go-lucky self. And literally, I see her at the end of the driveway. I get out and I reach my arms out at like kind of hugging length, and I'm like,
Yeah.
honey. And all of a sudden, she comes over and gives me a hug, and then they go pour me into the bed, and that's where I pass out for the night. And the next morning,
Biggest hangover ever.
no, didn't feel a thing. Didn't feel a thing. I was totally fine. That's the one thing I will say I've never experienced before is a hangover. I've never had that. And I think it's because typically after everything's all said and done, I'll drink a bunch of water. And I think that kind of makes it to where I'm not like dehydrated. Because that's typically when you get the hangover headaches and stuff. It's because you're really badly dehydrated. So, so the next morning, I wake up and it's maybe like 9, 10 o'clock in the morning. And my wife, she ends up coming into the room and she's acting like she's mad. Like she is rip-roaring upset with me. And she's like, do you know what you did last night? I'm like, wait, what?
Do you know what you did last night?
And I'm like,
No.
yeah, we went bowling and we went to Applebee's. It's like, what else did you do? Like, what do you mean what else did I do? I went to bowling and I went to Applebee's. And she's like, how dare you not, like, she is like really like upset with me. And I'm like, what do you mean how dare I? Like, what are you talking about? And she's like, you went to the strip club last night and you got extremely handsy and inappropriate, and your cousin told me all about it and this, that, and the other thing. And like, whoa, wait a minute. I won't even go to the strip club on like a normal day, let alone to like a bachelor party. Like, no, absolutely not. Like, I cannot stand that kind of venue. Personally, I'm just not that kind of, person.
I'm not either.
And I'm like, that's not me. Like, I don't care how drunk I was. There's no way that's what we ended up doing. And she's sitting there and she's like, she storms off and does like takes off and does this, that, and the other, and I'm like, I'm sitting there like completely in a brain fog. I'm like, I don't remember any of this. There's no way that I would have signed off on that. And I'm sitting there like, okay, so my cousin, he was staying with us at the time because he was down from Michigan, and I'm like, dude, what's going on? And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, Meg's really upset with me right now. Like, she's like really upset. And he's like, well, why is she upset? And I'm like, she said that I went to the club last night and I know we didn't go to the club. And he's like, yeah, we did. Like,
No.
I'm like, wait, what? He's like, dude, we went to the club. You insisted on going to the club last night. I'm like, dude, no. I know I didn't go to the club last night. Like, we went to bowling and we went to Applebee's. He's like, yeah. And then after Applebee's, you insisted on us turning around and going to the club. I'm like, dude, I would never in a million years say that. That's not me. And he's like, I don't know what to tell you, man, but that's where we were. And you got really out of control last night. I'm like, no, absolutely not. I don't believe you. And now my cousin, he's a big practical joker. He is a huge practical joker. So I'm like, dude, I don't believe you. I don't believe you whatsoever. He's like, dude, you don't have to believe me. And quite frankly, I don't care if you do. But I'm telling you, this is what happened. And so he's saying it with some pretty big conviction behind it. And I'm like, okay, well, I mean, so I go back to my wife and I look at her straight in the face. I'm like, all right, jig's up. She's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, jig's up. I just talked to Jim. And she's like, what do you mean you just talked to him? It's like, yeah, he just told me that you guys are just playing a practical joke. And she's like, oh, he told me that he wasn't going to say anything and that he was going to do all this, that, and the other, and blah, blah, blah. And And I'm like, all right, well, good news is that he didn't let the cat out of the bag, but you just did.
Oh no.
And then she comes over and is like, oh, you son of a blah, blah, blah. How dare you? You just tricked me and that. And so I'm like, well, you were saying that I was doing something really bad and you were acting really mad. Like, I'm sorry, but yes, I'm going to lie to you just to make sure that I covered my butt.
Right.
So yeah, needless to say, that was an interesting next morning as everybody was trying to pick on me. But yeah, then she goes over to my cousin. She's like, so I just ratted us out. And he's like, what do you mean? And she explained that I tricked her into, divulging that the truth kind of thing. And she's like, and my cousin looks at her. He's like, oh, you are so soft. How did you give it up like that? And he's like genuinely upset because he had all these plans worked out as to how he was going to mess with me all day. All day he was going to just continue the train of just messing with me. And he's like, you did this. You messed this whole thing up. And he's like, just for future reference, I will never, ever give up on a joke. So from now on, you never give up on a joke. And she learned from that point on, if I ever try and pin one against the other, that's exactly what I'm doing kind of thing. So she's learned since then, very much so. Let's see. Taco says, Long Island iced tea has 5 liquors. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And it was good. It was really good. Let's see. Benji says, Manhattan iced tea will mess you up. Ooh. Yeah, no, it messed me up pretty good because like it was buy one get one, so I had 2 rounds of the buy one get ones, and they were massive too. Like they were out of their big tall glasses, kind of narrow, but they were really tall. I just remember like holding it up to my face. It was basically the whole length of my face, like the size of the glass, and it's like, oh, these are I could tell after the first sip these are going to be dangerous. Let's see. Taco says, everything in mass messes you up. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Isn't that the truth? Also says, I can drink easily 2 bottles of wine and drive you home and wouldn't even notice. Whew. That's impressive. That's impressive there, Taco. Ken says, most likely a night you won't remember. See, but that's the thing is I do remember it. It wasn't like I was so... I've never gotten so beyond drunk that I can't remember what I've done, nor have I gotten like the hangover kind of thing. And it's wild, but it was just one of those what they were trying to make it out as if I did something wrong and that I just didn't remember it. And it's like, I remember last night. Like there were parts of the night where it's like fuzzy, but not like blank. Like I couldn't piece things together kind of thing. It's like everything was it was choppy, but it was there.
Right.
Let's see. What's that?
So I mean, I've never been like for me, honestly, I've only had like 1 drink and that's it. I don't go any further than that. I mean, I don't see the purpose of getting drunk.
I mean, when I was younger, which, I mean, I'm sure a lot of people are like, oh yeah, when I was younger. But no, with me, I would, quote unquote, party. But again, it was like, the worst I ever got, the worst, is when I was in high school. No, not high school. It was just after high school. Had a big party over at my house because I had my parents. They had actually taken off, go on vacation somewhere without me,
Right.
And I had a big old party over at my place. Had a bunch of people over, which was a really stupid idea considering that my aunt and uncle lived literally right next door on the property. Ooh. Right next door. So that really didn't dawn on me. So that I got ratted out for. But I mean, I didn't think that one through. But that night I had Canadian whiskey, and I had this mug that was like one of those travel thermoses, and I did 50-50 of those. I did, let me think. I did 4 of those in the span of about an hour and a half. I was pretty well toasty after that night. That was probably the worst I've ever done. But yeah, no. I was at my own home and I didn't care. So it was at that point, it was just like, okay, I'm just gonna have fun with everyone. So let's see. Samuel with the LOL, Benji with some laughing emojis, Ken with the sounds like your wife used the right bait for the show. Oh yeah. No, she was really convincing. Like she was like legit, like probably one of the most convincing "I'm mad at you" moments when she wasn't actually mad at me. Wow. Like she had it down right. It was wild. Let's see. Samuel with a whole bunch of laughing cryings. We got Taco with great story, Dave. And we got Samuel says, I'm out, bye. Great night. See you soon at the video or next live stream later. All right, Samuel, well, you have yourself a fantastic night. You take care. We'll see you again next time. But, but yeah, no, just, like I said, I'm not a big drinker. And what's wild is, both of my parents, when I was growing up, both of them smoked. I've never touched cigarettes. Like, it's just not something I was ever into. I don't know. Just, I guess I guess I don't have that kind of addictive personality or whatever. Just, I don't know. Never been a thing. About the worst thing I can say, addiction-wise, quote unquote, is like good food. Right. That's about it. That's about it.
Well, like Brie made popcorn chicken today with mashed potatoes.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Oh, that was delicious. And then afterwards, she had a couple of Oreos, and I had a Oreo ice cream bar.
Ooh. Now, see, I am gonna. You know what? I'm going to die on this hill. Yes, I'm going to die on this hill. Popcorn chicken is the adult version of chicken nuggets. Fight me on that.
Oh, she would, because she loves chicken nuggets.
Oh, don't give me... I'm not saying that and either of them are bad. I'm just saying that people created popcorn chicken as a means of not feeling guilty about having a childhood favorite.
Alright. No, looks like I gotta wait till the new update comes out.
No, not working?
Nope.
Boo.
You stink.
I mean, so going back to the popcorn chicken, like, does anybody disagree with me with that? I think that's my conspiracy theory, is that adults came up with popcorn chicken so they can feel guiltless over having chicken nuggets.
Well, I could tell you, that's probably the second time I've ever had popcorn chicken. I could also tell you that if you put popcorn chicken and some chicken tenders in front of Brie, do you know what she's going to go for first?
The popcorn?
No, chicken tenders.
Tenders? Oh yeah, tenders are amazing. So you know what I just recently discovered? Hot sauce on chicken is delicious. Like Crystal's hot sauce or oh hey, I'm running out of gas. I just looked over and saw that I'm running out of gas.
Or Frank's.
Or Frank's Red Hot. Like, just hot sauce in general is really good on chicken. On, like, fried chicken. Oh, it's so good.
Do you know what hot sauce is good on?
What's that?
home fries and scrambled eggs.
Ooh, I bet you that is good.
Oh, it's delicious.
I actually discovered something here recently too. Have you ever seen the jar of chili crisp oil?
No.
Oh man. So next time you're at your local grocery store or anything along those lines, look for, like, down here they have them in the international aisles, but it's essentially fried red pepper flakes. And it's got like other seasonings and stuff that are in there. Like if you like spicy food, then I recommend this. If you don't like spicy, then you're not going to like it.
I love spicy food.
Oh, me too. I love spicy food. But if you take this chili crisp oil and you take a little bit of that and you put it in like some pan fried eggs and pan fry that with the eggs, whoa. Get some like sunny side up eggs, just pan fried real quick. Oh man, is it good? Because
Hey, can you hear me okay?
yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, just making sure.
But one of those where the other like seasonings they put in there is like things like monosodium glutamate, MSG. They also put in like garlic and like all these different kinds of like aromatics to like enhance the flavor of the chili crisp oil. Man, is it good. Let's see. Jonah says popcorn chicken was more of my childhood than chicken nuggets. Okay, maybe I'm off base, possibly. I mean, it was one of those like popcorn chicken really didn't become on my radar until I was older, kind of thing. And then it just seemed like everywhere out there, like I specifically remember when KFC, when they came out with their popcorn chicken way back when, and that was like the whole to do. And then it just seemed like everybody's coming out with popcorn chicken after that. So maybe I'm misremembering history, but Todd says hot sauce on chicken is called chicken wings. No, that's called buffalo sauce. I'm talking about straight up just chicken with a few dabs of hot sauce.
It's called buffalo sauce.
Well, seriously, all buffalo sauce is just like Crystal's hot sauce or Frank's Red Hots, and mix it in with butter. You just melt some butter with it. That's all buffalo sauce is at its base. Like there's some that can be fancier than that or slightly different, but that's a basic buffalo sauce.
Speaking of that, there's a place called Salvatore's Pizzeria, and their grand opening was yesterday.
Oh yeah,
brand new pizzeria here in Batavia. They're single slices. Like you can go in there and you can get a slice and a drink for $10. Now, usually I'd be like, oh man, that's expensive. One slice and like a 20-ounce drink for $10.
yeah.
The size of their slices, though, it's 1/4 of a pizza.
Holy smokes!
So
That is nuts.
I'm like, okay, that actually makes sense.
Oh, all right. Let me catch up with the chat here just real quick because we got some activity here. We've got Taco saying, both my parents smoked. I started when I was 13. The first time I stole cigarettes from my mom, I was 6 years old. I smoked for 37 years and I stopped in 2016, cold turkey on my 50th birthday. Taco, that's amazing, man. Congratulations on quitting. Let's see, we got Benji. Speaking of hot sauce, horseradish is good also. Oh, horseradish is delicious. Jonas says, welcome in, viewers. Resnick with the waving. How you doing, Resnick? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Gaming Joy, look at Batwing. Oh, Gaming Joy, this Batwing is amazing. Amazing. I love this thing. I use this so often. Thank you so very much for making it. Because, wow. Like, the different functions of this specific mower, I just love it. I think it's fantastic. fantastic. Gaming Joy, you rock, man. You absolutely rock. Wranglosaurus Rex, roar, peace and love. Well, everyone, please be sure high five that like button. I appreciate it, Rex. Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Dust Bunny, Wranglosaurus Rex raid. I appreciate it. Thank you so very, very much. Gaming Joy says, hey, BDD Gaming raid time. Awesome. Thank you all so very much for stopping in. Hope you're enjoying it so far. We got Ken says, my dad used to eat horseradish raw, just like eating an apple. Oh, boy. Ooh, that's so
the milk.
that's gonna be interesting. We got Benji saying, hey, Resnack. We got Wranglosaurus Rex says, how have you been, BDD? I'm doing fantastic, Rex. Thank you so much for asking. How about yourself? Dust Bunny says, hello, Mr. Gaming Joy. We got Gaming Joy says, and Wranglosaurus Rex raid also. That's awesome. Thank you all so very, very much. Mr. Weenie with the wave. How you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Dust Bunny says, hello, Mr. Charles and Mr. Maddie. Todd says, hot sauce on tortilla chips baked in the oven for like 5 minutes. Ooh, that does sound good. We got Jonah says, hey, Dust Bunny. We got Dust Bunny saying, hey, Jonah. And to Reaver, we got Rex saying, hey, Gaming Joy, I tried to raid your stream. Let's see. Got Jonah says, Rex. We got Dust Bunny says, hello, Mr. BDD. Hello, Dust Bunny. Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. We got Benji saying, hello, Miss Dust Bunny. Taco says, Gaming Joy, man, tell me what the trash bucket is for. I'm not getting that one. We got Rex saying, hey, Rail Fanning. We got Rex also saying, BDD, I've been great. Awesome. Glad to hear it. We got Dust Bunny says, hello, Taco. Taco says, hi, Dust Bunny. Gaming Joe says, Taco, it's part of the real machine. It is a fan that blows air. Oh, I see. Okay. So it's the fan that blows air to the deck that prevents buildup of the grass under the bed, which can cause fire when mulching things like straw. That is awesome to know. I literally did not know that.
Oh, he means the dust blower.
Yeah, so on the back of the Batwing, you got that little thing on the top there.
Yep.
Let's see. Dust Bunny says, Mr. BDD, why does it look like you're still in your old house? It's because I am. I am still in my old house. But you can see we got most of it packed up. It's getting there. We are getting there. The 14th. May 14th is the date of closing. So, yeah, it's one of those where we're getting there. We are getting there. But, uh-oh. I'm hearing giggles. What did you do?
No, okay, so while you were saying it's May 14th, I'm sitting over here, I'm like, whew, well, at least it's not May 4th.
Oh my good! If it was May 4th, I wouldn't be here tonight. I'd be scrambling. I'd probably be screaming, like, why? Just see me running around in the background. Why? Why? Oh my goodness! There's a tree.
Well, I told Bree because well, I'm out of work right now. I told her I'm gonna be still out of work on May 4th, and she goes, "What's that?"
May the 4th be with you.
And I was like, May 4th, and she goes, "Oh, isn't that your dumb weird sci-fi movie thing?"
Oh,
and I was like,
cut you to the core.
I was like, "You mean Star Wars?" She goes, "Yeah, it's dumb." I'm like, you know what? You're gonna watch it with me, and she goes, "I don't think so." I was like, well, I'm gonna binge watch it all day, and she goes, "No, you're not." I'm like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Who's gonna stop me?" And she goes, "Fair point."
Let's see. We got Gaming Joy says the trash fan option. Dust Bunny says, I did notice the pictures were missing. They are missing, yes. I don't know if you probably can't see it, but directly behind me is a bunch of stuff that I need to carry out to the garage and get that ready to go into the storage. We got Taco says, sorry, trash fan. Gaming Joy says, hate to raid and run, but the doggo is waiting to walk. Have a good one. All right, Gaming Joy, well, you have a fantastic rest of your night. You take care, and we'll see you again next time. Thanks a lot for stopping by and doing the raid. I appreciate it. We got Jonah with May the 4th be with you, and a question mark. Jonah, you don't know May the 4th be with you? Yeah, so every May 4th is like Star Wars Day. You know, May the 4th be with you.
And so is the 5th.
Is the 5th as well?
Yeah, it's Revenge of the 5th.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Yep.
Yeah, and then it's Return of the Sixth.
All right. Now people are getting a little too crazy.
No, I'm not kidding you. That's literally how it goes. Yo, okay. Do you know why? Because sometimes it takes 3 days to watch all the movies.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, you figure each movie is what, like 3+ hours each?
About, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know about you, but most people don't have the time to be able to watch, 9 hours. If you're just going with the original trilogy, like 9+ hours of movie watching in the span of a day. Like most people don't have that kind of time to dedicate.
But I
Let's
will.
see.
Oh no! Yeah.
What'd you do?
No, it's on a Sunday. Oh, that means I have to contact my brother. See, be like, yo, you want to come over?
That's awesome. Let's see. We got Dust Bunny says, "Good night, Mr. Gaming Joy." Jonah says, "I don't know why you put a question." I don't know what you're talking about there, Jonah. Did I misread that? Jonah says, "If you like what you see here, hit the subscribe button. It's free and it helps out the channel." Yes, absolutely. Hit that subscribe button, hit the like, do all the things that helps out the channel. I greatly appreciate everybody stopping by here tonight and hanging out with us here. We got so much stuff going on here around the house, and still trying to keep the stream up, and well, not the stream up, but keep the channel up and running even while we're doing this move, getting everything all up and running with that. So yeah, it's just finding the time to be able to do everything. Let's see. Todd says, "You do know if you are a Star Wars fan, I mean, how many of us nerd play FS for 8-9 hours straight?" Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, I don't often get to do that anymore because, I mean, when I stream, or what, like, the streaming is the longest span of time I get to be able to actually dedicate to, like, content and stuff like that. So pretty much after 9 o'clock, well, 8:30 is when I put my kids down. I start the streams at 9:30 and make sure that none of them, decide, oh, hey, we want to wake back up and like start running around and acting crazy. So yeah, 9:30 is typically when I start, and anytime after that is dedicated to this, and I basically do the streams, do the content until I'm like, okay, my body is just going to give out and it's going to start checking out here, within the matter of minutes. So right. One of those that we're going to have to sign off kind of thing. Let's see. We got Jonas's, I don't know why it put a question mark after May the... Oh, I got you now. I got you. Okay, so it wasn't a question, it was a typo. I'm with you now. Dust Bunny says, "I'm heading to bed, folks. Take care and have a great tomorrow." You as well, Dust Bunny. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a fantastic rest of your night. You take care, and we'll see you again next time. Taco says, "After Revenge of the Sith, I never ever watched a Star Wars movie." I can't say as I blame you. It's one of those where I loved 4, 5, and 6. Love them to this day. I still find myself watching them. 1, 2, and 3. I understand the complaints. I get where people come from with it. I still will watch them and will enjoy them. Not as much as 4, 5, and 6, but 1, 2, and 3 do have a spot in my heart.
7, 8, 9.
So no. No. 7, 8, 9, in my opinion, and it's totally fine if people disagree with me. My opinion, 7, 8, 9 are trash. They're absolute trash. I cannot stand them. 7 is a shot-for-shot remake of 4. I mean, almost to a T. Every single part about it. And that the only thing it does is turns Han Solo into a deadbeat dad and then kills him off. Sorry, sorry, not sorry. Like, that movie, like, immediately got me rip-roaring mad. Immediately got me mad. And then like number 8 is like this whole has this diatribe with the rich and like, oh, aren't the rich just terrible, awful, no good, very bad people? You know, look at what they'll do and all this stuff. And it's like, okay, well, whatever. Like, what does that have to do with Star Wars? Like, why am I watching this scene take place in a Star Wars franchise? Like, it made absolutely no sense to me. And then 9 is basically, okay, here's our earnest attempt to try and make a Star Wars movie. And it just, they could not recover from 7 and 8 and all the plot holes and like nonsense that they were trying to commit in 7 and 8 to save it for 9.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but they're making a number 10.
It doesn't shock me whatsoever. And you know what? I probably will not watch it. I'm so disheartened with Disney and Lucasfilms and all that nonsense that I'm going to just probably leave it in there. I haven't seen any of the new content when it comes to Star Wars. I haven't seen the remake of the Han Solo. I haven't seen Mandalorian, even though I've heard Mandalorian was really, really good.
Awesome.
I haven't seen it. I just don't have the stomach with me to even give it a chance.
Oh man, you should. It's so good. I know. The Book of Boba Fett wasn't awful.
I've heard the same thing.
Ahsoka was alright. That wasn't bad. Good one. One of my personal favorites that came out though, and I will tell anyone to watch it, and I put this above The Mandalorian, and The Mandalorian is fantastic, is the Obi-Wan Kenobi show.
Okay.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Like, it literally takes place like right after Revenge of the Sith.
Okay.
I don't know. Are you gonna watch it or no?
You know what? You're not the first person that's told me that it's good. So I'm sure at some point I'll watch The Mandalorian. I'm sure at some point I'll watch Obi-Wan.
I don't want to spoil it then.
Yeah. One of those where I probably will watch it eventually. It's just one of those, like, I'm so disheartened with like Disney and Lucasfilms and all that stuff that it's just, at this point, it's just a like, okay, I'm just gonna not watch it to be obstinate, I guess. If that makes sense.
Like, okay, I do agree with you. 7, 8, 9 were not good. I mean, they weren't awful, like awful, like Daredevil awful with Ben Affleck. But I definitely can say that Obi-Wan Kenobi, the show though, is definitely in my top 3 favorites for Star Wars.
Okay.
I know it's number 2, number 3 is The Mandalorian, and number 1, hands down, being my personal favorite, Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah. Yep, for sure. I can, I will definitely place Revenge of the Sith as one of the best. Absolutely. Let's see. Rex says, I'm glad to be here, but I have to get to bed. Good night, BDD. Peace and love, everyone, please. Absolutely, Rex. Thank you so much for coming by tonight. I greatly appreciate it. Hope you have yourself a fantastic rest of your day. You take care, and we'll see you again next time. Taco says, good night, Dust Bunny, and also says, I watched the first in 1977 in theaters. Oh, I bet you that was tons of fun. Rex also says, any Star Wars movie after Revenge of the Sith doesn't matter, in my opinion, but I am not a big Star Wars fan. You know what? Like I said, I totally understand why people didn't care for 1, 2, and 3. I get it. But I can especially look back at it after seeing 7, 8, and 9 and be like, you know what? Jar Jar isn't that bad.
No.
I mean, that's, like I said, that's how much I absolutely detest 7, 8, and 9. They were just awful movies. Perfect example. In one of the initial scenes of the movie, Rey, the protagonist character in 7, gets into a lightsaber battle with Kylo Ren. Makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. It angered me to the core. To the absolute core of my being, I was angry at that scene because, number one, it makes no sense that a seasoned veteran Jedi in training who eventually turned into going to the dark side is going toe-to-toe with somebody with no formal training, no lightsaber training whatsoever, and loses. And loses. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. I'm sorry. It's no different than if I were to get into a sword match with a grand champion rapier fighter, and then I go in there and I kick his butt in fencing. Like, absolutely no way whatsoever does that make any sense. Not going to happen.
Right.
So that, I mean, is where it officially lost me. Is like, okay, this scene here, no, it makes no sense. Not even going to be on board with it. Let's see. We got Taco says, I hated Jar Jar Binks. And again, I'm right there with you. I was not a Jar Jar fan whatsoever. But looking back at 7, 8, and 9, I will binge watch Star Wars on repeat with Jar Jar. I will watch one over and over and over again. Just listen to the Misa think go Ani. No, I would gladly listen to that. You know what? I'll ramp it up to the next level. I would gladly watch Star Wars Holiday Special on repeat for an entire 24 hours before I ever watch 7, 8, or 9 ever again in my entire life. I would do that with a smile on my face and a skip in my step. 100%. Ken says, I played FS25 for nearly 8 hours yesterday, especially doing that chaff. LOL. That's awesome. Oh man, I wish I had 8 hours to be able to play Farming Sim. I wish I had that kind of time. Jonah says, I just passed over 210 hours on 4 fields. That's awesome, Jonah. Nice. Taco says, I get my 3rd glass of wine. Nice. Todd says, oh, Mandalorian is great. Osaka is good. The Skeleton Crew is pretty good as well. And, yep, Obi-Wan rocks.
Yeah.
So he's right there with you.
Mm-hmm.
Benji says, I wanted to see Yoda come to be. That wasn't Yoda, but Grojo rescue Goosebumps. Wait, what? I wanted to see how Yoda came to be. Oh, okay. Todd says that wasn't Yoda, but Grogu's rescue Goosebumps.
Grogu.
Is that like a Mandalorian reference that I'm just not getting?
Yes, so Grogu looks like Yoda. He's the exact same species as Yoda.
Yes. Yeah, the little baby Yoda.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Baby Yoda.
Ken says a complete bomb was Star Wars Acolytes. Again, another one I didn't watch. Uh-oh. Did we touch a nerve?
I would gladly watch 7, 8, and 9 on repeat for 24 hours and watch that show again. The Acolyte.
Oof, that's a pretty bold statement there, Cotton. Let's see if that one pans out.
Oh, that was so bad.
It was really that bad, huh?
Oh.
Oof. Oh my goodness. But no, now that we've kind of talked our way around the whole Star Wars and my honest opinions on where it has gone over the years.
One last thing I want to point to this. Do you know why I didn't like it?
Why is that?
Because there was too much hand-to-hand combat. Like if you were watching Taken or The Expendables.
What?
Yeah, they barely used the Force. And once in a while, maybe there was a lightsaber battle. But all it came down to is like doing roundhouse kicking and punching in the faces, and it's like that's not what they do.
So wait. So are you telling me that like Jackie Chan got a hold of the Star Wars franchise and just decided, you know what, let's go kung fu fighting?
That's literally what it seemed like.
Oh my goodness. That's nuts. That is nuts. But whatever. Like I said, it's one of those that it's not gonna affect me much because I just let him go. Just let him go.
There we go again.
But
no, my lights just flickered on and off again for the second time.
uh-oh. It's no good.
Don't lose power? No, it's windy outside, so.
Oh, I see what you're saying. But no, it's one of those where I've mentioned this many times before, but I've lost a lot of faith in Hollywood and their ability to create. Basically all we're getting nowadays is, reruns, remakes, or like reimagines.
Snow White.
Oh my goodness. You know what? No. Low-hanging fruit there, sir. Low-hanging fruit.
Dude, I read horrible reviews on that. I'm like, I didn't even want to go see that. It's like the old... Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, like, there's so much drama that surrounded that movie. It was so ridiculous. The girl who played Snow White is just completely insufferable. And then there was the little guy. What's his name from Game of Thrones?
Oh, Peter Dinklage?
Yeah. So I guess before Snow White was like really kind of announced and was really coming out, he went on a tour, and people were asking him like, "Hey, what do you think of Snow White? Disney doing a new version of Snow White, a live action?" And he basically started like talking really bad about it. Like, oh, well, I can't believe all the work I've done in Hollywood and this kind of a role is still acceptable kind of thing. And basically he ripped out 7 jobs for the dwarves. Several dwarf actors basically are no longer able to get a job because of Peter Dinklage. So he makes a name for himself and then pulls the ladder up from behind him. Which, I mean, let's face it, there's not that many roles for, people with his stature.
Right. Well, he was great in Infinity War.
Oh, he's a great actor. I'm not taking anything away from him, but he's single-handedly the reason why they didn't have, actual dwarf actors in Snow White, that they were all CGI'd.
Right.
And then there was all the drama that surrounded what's her name? I can't remember her name off the top of my head. But it was just nuts. It was just absolutely nuts. And it's just examples like that just made me lose all faith in Hollywood, and just I don't consume new content anymore. I'll just stick to my old 80s, 70s, 60s, 2000s movies. 90s.
There's one thing I always said, because as soon as I heard that there was a remake coming out for The Lion King, I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, no.
And that was a live action remake, and I'm like, oh no, this is gonna be bad. I watched it. Halfway through the movie, I just fell asleep. And then I woke up, I'm like, what happened? And I'm like, and so then I ended up rewatching it again, stayed away through the whole entire thing, and I was like, do people not care about classics anymore?
No, they don't. That's the problem, is they don't. They think that they can do it better. They think that they are, the, how do I say this? The arbiters of the storyline now. That's why I don't consume new media anymore, is because it's the whole reimagining. It's the whole quote unquote modernization of the storylines, and they always end up being trash.
Mm-hmm. The only movie that I saw that was based off of an original movie that I thought was decently good, but it wasn't amazing, was Aladdin.
Yeah, that one I skipped over. I didn't. But that was with Will Smith as the genie, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it it wasn't awful. Um, that was probably like out of all of the ones I've ever seen, like Lion King, Snow White, you know, further on going on from there. That was probably like the best one I've seen. It still wasn't as good as the original one, but
Okay. Okay.
yeah. And then somebody was like, "Well, I mean, Will Smith isn't bad, but you can't replace Robin Williams."
Yeah, I mean that is some big shoes to fill. I was a huge Robin Williams fan. I was so sad to see when he passed, and uh,
What's
that's
your
honestly one of the few times when an actor was like that had passed, and I was genuinely upset by it.
right? Um, okay. What was your favorite movie from Robin Williams?
Oh my goodness. All right, let me break out the old IMDb because now you're putting me on the spot. Let's see. It's been a long time since You know what? I do like me a good Mrs. Doubtfire. I will say that. Like Mrs. Doubtfire. Liked. Let's see. Do 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 do.
He's been gone for 11 years.
Long time, yeah. Let's see. Um. You know, he did a really good genie in Aladdin. He absolutely did a really good genie in Aladdin. Um. Oh, Hook. I loved him in Hook. Yeah, I'd say that was my one of my favorites with Robin Williams.
Do you know what mine is?
What's that?
It's a movie called RV.
Oh yeah, RV is great. I think I worked at the video rental store when that movie came out.
Oh, nice. Oh, okay. There was another. I don't know if you saw it or not, but it had Robin Williams starring in it. It's called Oh, this is you know. Um,
You blanking on it? I hate when that happens.
oh yeah. Oh, the angriest man in Brooklyn.
Okay.
So there's one scene. So basically, he has to go to the. So he went to the doctor because he has something going on, and then do you know who Mila Kunis is?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, she's in that movie. She's a doctor. So he ends up asking her how long does he have to live, and then because he kept on asking her like basically going at her basically like how long, how long, and then she looks down at a book that has a turkey on it, and she said she's she said 2 weeks. So so he literally did everything he could in 2 weeks. Um, I think it's funny because he ended up recording everything, but when he went into the store to go get a cam recorder, it blew. Actually, it knocked my socks off on who he was talking to in the store, and I was like, no way. It was James Earl Jones.
Okay.
The funniest scene I think of that entire movie because so Robin Williams wants to buy a cam recorder, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So he goes up and he goes, hi, yes. So I'm here looking for a cam recorder. What one would you suggest? So James Earl Jones is taking a little bit to stand up, and he finally stands up. He walks over. He goes, Well, the Panasonic and the Sony are pretty good. Like he just has like the stutter and it starts to drive him up a wall. Robin Williams up a wall.
Oh
And
no.
and then Robin Williams finally has enough of it and he goes, what would you prefer, the Panasonic or the Juicy? And James Earl Jones looked right at him and he says the F word. He goes, beep you.
Oh no.
It's probably like the funniest scene out of that entire movie.
Have you ever seen that movie with him called Survivors? The Survivors?
No.
Oh, now that's a good one. So it's Robin Williams and Walter Matthau. Do you remember Walter Matthau?
Never heard the name.
So you ever seen the movie Dennis the Menace?
No.
What about Grumpy Old Men?
No.
Oh my goodness. Odd Couple.
No.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, anyways, Walter Matthau, he was, I think, most well known in his role as in Grumpy Old Men with Jack Lemmon and Grumpier Old Men, the sequel. But The Survivors is a movie with Robin Williams and Walter Matthau, and what it is that Robin Williams is a pretty stereotypical like city boy kind of thing, but he gets robbed and he determines that, oh hey, well I need to be able to defend myself kind of thing. So he starts getting into like armaments and weaponry and all this kind of stuff, and then he just goes like to the extremes of like the whole self-preservation kind of thing. And there's a bunch of stuff that kind of gets thrown in there as well, but he gets so into it that he actually goes to a retreat where it's like a survivalist retreat. So imagine like Robin Williams and you know how he is and how he acts and all that stuff, and he's just like trying to be this like straight-laced guy, but is just inept at being able to do anything with confidence. So it's a pretty funny movie. And then Walter Matthau, he plays like the friend kind of thing, to where he's like just like he's not into guns or he's not into anything like that, and he's basically like trying to talk some sense into him, like kind of talk him down kind of thing throughout the whole experience, and it's pretty good. It's a funny movie. Let's see. Let me catch up with the chat here real quick. We got Taco says Star Wars is almost the Snow White of go woke, go broke. Yeah, unfortunately, that's the truth. That is the truth. Todd says, have you guys seen the video meme of Jedi Princess Bride mesh up? No. I haven't. No, I haven't. Have you?
No.
No, I haven't seen that. I'll definitely check that out though. So that definitely sounds like up my alley. Ken says, if I couldn't sleep, I'd just put on Acolyte out for out like a light. It was that boring, LOL.
Yeah.
Oh,
bad.
That's rough. That is rough. Taco says, with all the Hollywood drama, my way of entertainment is watching Farming Simulator content. And yeah, that's it. That's basically what I've done, is I basically set my sights on, you know, when I'm able to consume media, which isn't that often anymore. Right. I just go on YouTube. As a matter of fact, recently I found a channel called Mr. Ballin. Have you ever heard of him?
No.
So if you're into like the strange, scary kind of content, then it's gonna be up your alley. I like a good like horror movie or like the strange supernatural kind of things like that. And he kind of goes along those veins, and he does a series where real life is stranger than fiction, and it's all these kind of like stories that he tells, but they're based off of real life or like real life events and stuff like that. And it's basically him telling these stories either about real life or kind of things that are going on, and the kind of strangeness angle to it. It's really, really awesome. As a matter of fact, I was listening to one today. Have you ever heard of Club Med?
No.
So those like all-inclusive resorts, like in the Caymans or in Cancun, things like that.
Yeah.
Club Med is one of those all-inclusive resorts. Well, so the story goes is that a woman and her 2 sons from Philadelphia had been scrimping and saving for many years. As I'm getting ready to drive into the pond, why? But they've been scrimping and saving for years, and she's a single mother who just wants to take her kids on vacation, and she saves up enough money to go to Club Med, this all-inclusive resort down in Cancun. And she takes her kids there. They're having a real good time. They're starting to come up with like the routine as to how they want to proceed. Well, the eldest son is 12 and the younger son is maybe like 2 years younger than him. And they're coming up with their routines, and typically they start out their day in the early morning, where they go out to the beaches, which is right in front of their hotel, their resort room. So they go down there and they hang out for a few hours, and then they'll come back inside. And at this particular resort, they have these coordinators that their whole job is to sit there and to talk to the guests and to make sure that they're having fun, and to give them suggestions of the things that they can do at the resort, or things that they can like book excursions for, like all the kind of things, like to make sure they have a good time. Well, right. One of these coordinators, or several of these coordinators, like have different tasks. They're like they're tasked with different responsibilities for certain guests. So there's some that are meant for like elderly guests, so they'll give them suggestions for what they can do. There's others for like middle-aged guests, like parents and stuff like that. And then there's others that are meant for children. Well, turns out that the sons had found out that the coordinators had a bunch of plans and stuff planned out for children, kids their age. So they start going to some of these different events, some of these different things that the coordinators are hosting. And one day on their vacation, because they're there for a few weeks, the eldest son hears that they're going to be doing a children's hide and seek, like coordinated thing with all the guests and stuff. And one of the things that why are you insisting on going in the water? Why is that a thing?
He wants to.
Like literally, it's the second time he's like tried to drive into the creek. Like why are you doing the thing?
Because he wants to.
No, that's not good enough. That's not a good excuse. Him wanting to go into the creek and lose my equipment is not a good excuse. So anyways, so the eldest kid finds out that they're going to be doing this giant hide and seek thing with all the guests in the area. And what ends up happening is the younger son decides, you know what, I don't want to really kind of go to this kind of event. He's still kind of a mama's boy at this point. He wants to be around his mom. Well, eventually he starts kind of spreading his wings throughout the week, and he starts going to other events. Not necessarily the same events that his brother's going to. Well, the brother wants to go and do this big hide and seek thing, and he goes off and does another thing. Well, now the mom realizes, oh, hey, both of my kids are entertained doing other things, so let me go and do my own thing. So she decides, this night I'm going to go to the dessert bar, and I'm going to engorge on a whole bunch of chocolate fondue. And as she's kind of going off and doing her thing, the eldest son's going off and doing his thing, and he runs into this boy who he kind of made friends with throughout other of these kind of excursion type events throughout the whole Club Med kind of thing. Right. And what ends up happening is, he's sitting there and they're getting all the rules and all the things that they can and can't do. And then all of a sudden the, coordinators are like, okay, let's go ahead and break off and we'll start counting and, we'll come and find you. So all the kids run off and they start finding their hiding spots. And there's tons of kids just looking around trying to find their spots. And him and his buddy are trying to find their spots. And they can't find... Oh, that's what's going on? And they can't find a good spot. Well, then all of a sudden they find a spot in the corner of the courtyard that is normally supposed to be like fenced off. So they come up and it's basically on the side of the building of the courtyard, and at this side there's a fence, just a little, like on an adult maybe hip-high fence, that leads to this set of stairs behind this behind this kind of concrete pillar kind of thing. And the boy and his friend are like, oh, we should go hide there, and we can hide behind the ledging there, so we can kind of poke our heads out and we can see people coming, but we can kind of duck down if and when we need to, kind of thing. And the son, the person that this is focused around, is like, oh yeah, that'd be a great idea, that'd be perfect hiding spot, nobody will find us ever. And they end up going through and all the coordinators, they find all the kids except for these two. Well, it's getting to a point where they're not able to find them, so the friend sees that there's a hose that's leading down the stairs, and he sees that it's on. Oh, and another key part of this story is that there's a gate that leads to... Why is he... Why is this a thing? And why? What is going... What? Worker? What are you... You know what? Done. Just done. He's insisting at this point of just going into the creek, and there's nothing for him to mow over there.
That sounds like K-Series modding Steiger that they came out with.
Oh my goodness.
Because I'm using that with the with LR modding's John Deere Ripper.
Okay.
The V Ripper. And for some odd reason, he's insisting on hitting a tree, hitting a fence, or he's insisting on driving through my cornfield and plowing the entire cornfield instead of what he was supposed to do.
Oh, jeez. So, anyways, so what ends up happening is, because they're the only two that are left to be found. Oh, and sorry, I was starting to say that there's supposed to be a gate that's supposed to be locked, that's supposed to block off this area for anybody to gain access to, and the only time it's supposed to be open is when the workers need to pass back there and do whatever they got to do. Well, at this particular day, it was open, and these kids got back there, obviously. Well, when it turns out that they're the last two to be found, the kids find this garden hose that's actually still turned on. So the friend ends up grabbing the garden hose and he starts spraying all the other kids and the counselors or the coordinators, and kind of just horse playing and having a good time. Well, all of a sudden the story pans away from these two kids, and it goes to this family at the restaurant that's there at the island, or at the spa resort. And they're sitting there getting ready to eat their meal, and all of a sudden they hear this blood-curdling scream. This just, like, not one of those, like, hey, kids are playing, so they're just going to scream and, have a good time kind of thing. It's one of those, like, right. You can immediately tell something's wrong. And the mother and son who are there at the table, they're looking at each other. It's like, what was that? Like, what's going on? And all of a sudden the scream like continues and is infinitely worse. Like now it's actually being like echoed by multiple screams. And they get up, they rocket out of their chairs, and they find the father who is coming to the table, and they're like, hey, we got to go investigate what's going on. We got to figure out, because like nobody knows what the heck's going on, why these kids are screaming, bloody murder. And all of a sudden, they go running out there, and they see the two boys behind this fence. Well, what they didn't realize is that the stairs that were leading down into, like, this back area actually led to a dock. And the dock was over this murky kind of pond that was behind this particular Club Med. And what had happened is when the boys had gone back there, they were looking into the courtyard. They weren't paying attention to what was behind them. And what was behind them was crocodiles. So the crocodiles saw them. The boys didn't see the crocodiles. Well, the boy, that the story was focused on, he was further down the stairs and was sitting on not sitting on, but was standing on the dock. And his friend was up the stairs looking, into the courtyard. Well, as the friend is sitting there hosing down, everybody else in the courtyard area, a crocodile came swimming up and mounted the dock and got a hold of the boy by his leg, but he didn't drag him into the water right away. So the friend sees this going on, so he goes and grabs the kid by the hands, and he's holding on to him for dear life. But this crocodile is trying its hardest to drag these boys into the water with him. And that's when they start screaming bloody murder. This crocodile's got this poor little boy by the leg. And all of a sudden, all these guys are coming, hearing these screams, and they see this crocodile's got a hold of this little boy. Like I said, he's 12 years old. And they just know. They know immediately they got to do something. So this whole group of guys goes rushing down these stairs. The boy, the friend that's holding on to his friend, loses his grip. And the crocodile gets the boy into the water. And these group of guys just go diving into the water after this boy and get a hold of this crocodile, and they are just beating it mercilessly. They're gouging at its eyes, they're punching it, they're kicking it, they're doing everything they possibly can to get it to release this boy before he drowns. And they're doing everything they possibly can. And finally, they got something. One of them got a hold of the eye or something. They got it to let go. And they all swim back into the dock. They get the kid on the dock, and they carry him up the stairs. And his leg is just an absolute bloody mess. It has just basically gone through a meat grinder at this point. And they get him up there, and thankfully there was a nurse that was vacationing there at the time and heard all the commotion. So she came down, saw that this little boy was injured, and she had gotten everything she needed to be able to slow the bleeding, keep him calm, because he was alive and he was okay, as okay can be at that point. And they end up getting the ambulance there. They take him off to the hospital, and they start, all the surgeries to save his life and to do everything. And somehow they end up saving the leg. Even though they said that it looked like it had gone through a complete meat grinder at that point. And they're able to save the leg. And he makes a full recovery. Everything's fine. He's fine to this day. Well, apparently he adjusted very well to the fact that he almost got eaten by a crocodile. And the very next year for Halloween, dressed up as a crocodile.
Oh, jeez.
So it's stories like that. There was another one that really kind of blew my mind. And it starts out with this team of like rangers, not like park rangers almost, and they're all in the woods in Russia, and they've got their weapons, and they're walking through, and they're come across this site of just mangled bodies everywhere, just not good stuff. And the story then shifts to this guy who's walking through the woods. He's a local lumberjack, and he basically ran away from the city to basically make his make his money and spend his time out in the middle of nowhere. And he's got a cabin out in these woods out in the middle of Russia. And he had to go out and forage for food, and he went to hunt. And he goes out, doesn't get anything. So he really needs something. So he happens to come across a trail, and on this trail he finds a freshly killed deer out in the middle of the trail. He's looking around and nothing. Like, there's nobody around. There's nobody like trying to do anything with this deer. So he just takes a few strips of its meat, and he takes off and he goes to his cabin. Well, then later on that day, he's getting ready. He's getting ready to fire up for dinner and cook the meat and do everything he needs to do there. And normally he cooks outside. He would cook his dinner outside. He'd eat outside and all this stuff. But this whole time, like, he's got this just really unsettled feeling of feeling like he's being watched. And he can't explain it. He can't explain why he's feeling this. And he's just feeling this really deep, dark dread. And then all of a sudden, this like loud, like noise just comes bellowing out of the forest, and it just scares the ever-loving bejeebers out of him. He has no idea what's going on. He has no idea what this noise is. He's never heard it before, and it's just this ungodly, like otherworldly creature noise. And he gets scared. He grabs everything and he goes inside the house, and all of a sudden he hears these stomps, these kind of like loud thuds, like of footsteps come crunching up towards his cabin. And he's looking around, he's trying to see what he can see, but his cabin doesn't have like good windows. They're all like frosted over, so he can't really see much. And he's looking around, he's trying to see, and he's in this log cabin, so he's got these little gaps all throughout, the home to, because it's not properly sealed. And he's, hunched over looking at this wall, and he's not seeing anything. But he's hearing something outside, and it's circling the cabin. He knows something's going on. And he's looking, and all of a sudden, he comes up to one side of the cabin, and a giant eye, is staring right back at him. And all of a sudden, it's looking at him, he's looking at it, and this giant, loud roar just comes bellowing out of this creature. And it rears back and slams into the side of his cabin, and it, like, visibly shakes the entire structure of the cabin. Like, he thinks this thing is going to break, like, bust through the wall and get to him. And he is freaking out. So he takes his gun inside the cabin and he shoots through the wall. And this creature makes a noise and then runs off. So he thinks he got it. He thinks he shot it. Well, at the same time, he's got a dog that's inside the cabin. And he's waiting and waiting to, see if there's anything, going on. And it's all quiet. Everything kind of settles down. And he feels like he's okay. So he opens the door, and all of a sudden the dog bolts out of the cabin. Bolts and goes running after the footprints of whatever this creature was. And he's looking around and he sees there's a little bit of blood on the ground. So he got it. He doesn't know if he killed it, but he knows he at least got something out of it. And he goes chasing after his dog because he loves his dog. He's trying to get it back to the cabin and all this stuff. And all of a sudden he hears this giant whimper from his dog, but it's way down, ways away. And then again, a loud roar, just a loud screeching roar from this creature. And he's like, I've got to get back to the cabin. There's nothing I can do. My dog's got to be gone at this point. So he gets back into the cabin after hearing this bellowing roar, and he's just beside himself with grief. He loves this dog. And then all of a sudden, about an hour or so goes by, and he hears the dog whimpering, just letting out this little pitiful like. And after hearing the dog, he's like, I've got to go and rescue my dog. I thought the dog would be dead, but like, no, I've got to go rescue it. So he goes bolting out there, and he's tracking it, trying to figure out where the noise is coming from. And he finally finds the dog, and he goes down there, and the dog's hurt. It's all like badly, cut up and mauled and all this stuff. And then he goes to pick up the dog, and all of a sudden, again, this giant roar, and he turns, and there he's looking at the thing that killed the deer that he took the meat from. It was a giant Siberian tiger.
Oh.
And it used his dog as a trap. So fast forward back to the original party of Rangers. They were a specialized Russian unit of tiger hunters. And they were getting reports in this area of a tiger that was going after a boatload of people. And I guess this tiger was like angry that this guy stole its kill. So it was hunting him down purposefully. And it set a trap using his dog as bait.
It's messed up.
Yeah. It's just, that's the kind of content, that's the kind of stories that he tells, but it's all like this wild content in story form that's really kind of like wild. It's really cool. I've been actually kind of binging it a lot here lately as I'm working, because I can sit there and just listen to the stories as I'm working. Close the gate before the worker gets there. Hiya! There we go. Let's see. Let's catch up with the chat here. So, where was I? Todd says, Dead Poet Society, hands down, he should have won. Should have won an Oscar. Yeah, Dead Poet Society was a really good one. Yeah, absolutely was a really good one. Ken says, I never missed a Mork and Mindy episode. LOL. Nice. Todd says, comedy would be Good Morning Vietnam. Oh, yeah. Good Morning Vietnam. That was a great one. Mm-hmm. Good Morning Vietnam. Yeah, that was a good movie. Taco says, The Fisher King was amazing. That one I didn't see. Taco also says, Walter Matthau and Jack Lemmon, absolutely hilarious couple. Oh, yeah. The Odd Couple, Grumpy Old Men. Dude, if you ever get a chance, go watch Grumpy Old Men. It is a classic. It is so good.
Grumpy Old Men. Okay.
Like, think of, like, the stereotypical, like, grumpy old men. You know, just think of, like, that as the kind of premise. And then think of two guys who are lifelong friends that basically, they act as if they hate each other, that they're more of an annoyance to each other than anything else, but, you know, obviously they deeply care for each other, and they they just get through all these hijinks and stuff like that. It's like stereotypical, like, old school comedy. Like, it's really good. Let's see. Todd says, yep, like the Fisher King, Awakenings was good. Patch Adams was great. Yeah, Patch Adams was really good. Awakenings, I don't remember seeing that one. Taco says, my sister worked for Club Med. Oh, wow. So the story with the little boy, that was based off of the one in Cancun. So don't know if you heard of that story, but it's apparently Club Med, because of the negligence, they had to pay out a huge settlement for that particular case, because that gate was always supposed to be closed. It wasn't marked as like well, I think it was marked as staff only, but, you know, for kids, you know, it wasn't any big deal. But there was no signage to say that, hey, there's dangerous crocodiles in this body of water back here.
Right.
Justin, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. Says hi. Hi, Justin. Let's see. And it looks like I'm all good to go with the chat there. So, Todd and Jonah, what exactly do you have planned? Because you were originally saying how there was going to be a lot of how did you all word it earlier? Like, bring the pain or something like that. Like, what all do you have cooking? Because now you've got me deeply curious.
Concerned.
No, not concerned. Not so much concerned anymore. Just curious. Because this is something that's been in the work for a few weeks now between the two of them. They've been kind of, mentioning it. So it's one of those where you haven't seen the show How I Met Your Mother, right?
No, I've seen that.
Oh, you have seen it. Do you remember the scenes where the slap bet?
I haven't seen it in a long time, but I've seen it.
So there was the scenes where Barney, the character that was played by Neil Patrick Harris, he made a bet with Marshall, played by David. What's his name? The big tall guy. I forget his name. But he made a bet with Marshall, and the bet was, if I do X, then you have to wear this ducky tie. And it's literally a tie with rubber duckies, and the whole character of Barney Stinson, aka Neil Patrick Harris's character, is all about he wears suits exclusively. So him having to wear a ducky tie is just driving him absolutely up a wall. He hates it. So he basically says, "Look, I will give you like X number of slaps to my face at whatever strength you see fit if you let me take off this tie." And sure enough, they agree. Well, one of the kind of running themes in one of the episodes was Marshall was sitting there kind of tormenting Barney and saying, "Oh, well, slapcountdown.com," and you punch into slapcountdown.com, and it's just a counter, and it's steadily ticking down to 0. And he's like, "Well, what's this counter for? What's this counter for?" And he's starting to freak out and get concerned. And it's supposed to be a slap countdown to where when it hits 0, he's going to get slapped.
Right.
And he was like, "Oh, well, you kind of took the suspense away from it. Now that I know what's happening, I'm not really that concerned." Well, I'm kind of at that point with Todd and Jonah. It's like, well, now that I know that something, quote unquote, bad is going to happen, it is kind of taken away from the drama of it, kind of thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it's one of those, like, I know something's happening, I just don't know what. So here I am, just kind of curious between Jonah and Todd. Todd says, "Ooh, I like that, a looping countdown timer." Well, yeah, and that's basically what it was. It was just a countdown to X event, but because it was called slapcountdown.com, you knew he was going to get slapped.
Right.
So it was just really, it's a funny show, and it's really good. I highly recommend anybody to watch it. The last season though sucked. The last season was just an absolute letdown, because you could tell that the writing crew basically were told, "Hey, this is your last season, wrap it up," but they were expecting more, so they basically had to rush everything in really, really fast, and it was just really kind of wasn't fleshed out that well. Let's see. Ken says, "How about Tony Randall in The Odd Couple?" Yeah. I remember The Odd Couple, but I don't remember what Tony Randall was. IMD. It's been a long time since I watched The Odd Couple, though. That was a long time ago. Oh, see, okay. No, this isn't a version of it that I've seen. Okay, no, this was a TV series. Okay. So yeah, no, that's not the version I saw. I saw the one with Walter Matthau and Jack Lemmon when they were really young, and that was a really good one. If you haven't seen that, you said you haven't seen that one. So basically, the premise behind that is a guy who's like almost borderline neurotic, like very much has his own kind of quirks and all this stuff. His marriage basically disintegrates, and he has to go stay with Walter Matthau, who's like the complete opposite of him. Like this guy's like an ultra neat freak. He's got to have everything just so kind of thing. He has all these very eccentric behaviors. Like he's got to like make these weird noises to try and clear out his sinus passages and all this stuff, and he doesn't. Then he snores really bad when he sleeps. So he's basically, through his mannerisms, is annoying Walter Matthau's character, but then Walter Matthau's annoying him because he's basically the polar opposite. He's extremely messy. He doesn't really care much about anything, and it's like the complete opposite. But they have to live with each other, or at least he has to live with him because his marriage is ending, and he doesn't have anywhere else to go.
Huh.
So it's a good show, a good movie. You should check it out. Let's see now. Come on, Todd. Let me know what's going on. I'm dying. I'm dying to know what's going on. Whoa, what's that? Ooh, see the flashing on the background there?
No.
Like it's almost like, oh, that's why. Okay, that makes more sense. So it didn't render the building in the foreground, and all I could see was a building in the background, but it kept like flickering. But it's because it was recognizing there was obstruction, but it didn't recognize, or it didn't render the obstruction.
Yeah, no, I had to turn your stream off because it kept on freezing. And then my lights started flickering because the wind started picking up.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Let's see. Benji says, I saw the movie and the series was a follow-up. I gotcha. Okay. Yeah, the series I never saw, but a movie I saw a long time ago, and I really enjoyed it. I thought The Odd Couple was really good. But it's mainly those actors. Walter Matthau and Jack Lemmon, they were fantastic actors. And they worked together. I mean, like I said, they worked together in The Odd Couple, and they also worked together in Grumpy Old Men and Grumpier Old Men. But what was funny about Grumpy Old Men is basically the whole premise is that these two, quote unquote lifelong friends, always got into it with each other because they were chasing girls. So they would always like get into these fights with each other because of the girls that they were interested in. And the whole premise of the movie is that a woman moves in next door. Both of them are single because either they're divorced or their wives have passed. And the girl takes a liking to one of them, and the other one takes a liking to her, but it's not reciprocated. So it's one of those like, okay, now this girl is basically the center of the conflict between the two, and they just start going after each other because of it. So, like I said, it's a fun movie. I highly recommend it. Definitely give it a check. But it's old. It's definitely an older movie. But that's when they made good things.
Good movies, yeah. Well, like The Lone Ranger. Like the old black and white.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Wow, is it midnight already? Holy smokes. Alright, you know what? I need to get to my shout-outs and doing all that stuff. So let me go ahead and do that really fast. Let me get this open on my end. Alright. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and give the shout outs to the channel members. So starting with our tier 3 channel members, we've got Rail Fanning Jonah, Pipe and Paul, Whiskey Creek Farms, Ken Adlam, and Philippa Thompson. Thank all of you so very much for being tier 3 channel members. And also, let's take a look at our tier 2 channel members. So if we go to our there and that, we have Mark K, Lonnie Johansson, sorry about that, Lonnie, and Reaver Time Todd. Thank all of you so much for being tier 2 channel members. Greatly appreciate every single one of you. And if you're interested in helping out the channel and becoming a channel member and gaining access to special perks, go ahead and check out the link in the description below, or the join button also listed below, or on the main channel page. There you can get access to things such as custom badges, custom emojis, as well as early access to the edited content such as the Let's Play, quote-unquote Let's Play. It's actually kind of turning into more of a role-play series now, and the channel shorts. All that for 99 cents a month for our Tier 1 members. Tier 2 members get everything you just mentioned before, plus you get a shout-out every single live stream we do, just like we just heard a few seconds ago. That's $4.99 a month. And then the top tier, tier level 3, get everything I just mentioned before, plus they get a custom discount code to the channel merch store, as well as a opportunity to do exactly what Will T is doing here tonight, joining me either via audio or joining me in the actual game itself, to be able to hang out and have some fun. And that starts at $9.99 a month. I also want to give a big shout out to all the channel subscribers that are out there. I want to thank each and every one of you for subscribing to the channel and checking it out and enjoying what you see here. I want to, like I said, just thank each and every one of you. Greatly appreciate it. It helps out a absolute ton around here. So thank you very much. Want to give a shout out to the merch store. Go ahead and check out the merch store there at bddgaming.creator/spraying.com. There you can get custom, or not custom, you can get shirts, you can get hats, you can get mugs, you can get all sorts of different stuff, necklaces, pants, all sorts of different stuff with all sorts of different styles and sayings on them. Go ahead and check it out. Also showing on the screen there several individuals who have gotten it, such as Will T Gaming. Greatly appreciate everybody for checking it out. And yeah, if you like what you see there and you get something from the merch store, I will happily put you on the reel as well, as to show off that you have gotten stuff and that you enjoy it. Let's also give a shout out to what's going to be the temporary P.O. Box. And I say temporary because I'm moving. P.O. Box 6136, Hudson, Florida 34674. If you want to send anything to myself personally, go ahead and send it here. The only thing I ask is that you include your YouTube handle name so I can give the proper shout outs that you deserve. Thank you so very, very much. And let's go through some of the screenshots here, because we got several screenshots from Ken Adlam. Let's go ahead, and for some reason this is not showing up properly, of course. Transform, stretch to screen. There we go. Now we're cooking. We got some of Ken's screenshots here. Ken, thank you so very much for sending these in. I greatly appreciate it. And it looks really good. You got your farm starting to be built out very well. And there's one of these shots here that's kind of an overall, like a high elevation view. Looks really good. Let's see. Let's wait until we get to those. Ken doing a bunch of work on his fields there. I believe this is Alma, Missouri, if I remember correctly. Ken, correct me if I'm wrong. But, yeah, tons and tons of work being done there. Thank you so very much for sending these in, Ken. I greatly appreciate it. Let's go back to this here. Perfect. So yeah, we're just rocking and rolling here. We're trying to get all these fields mowed because we have got to be able to turn all this into silage and hay. And we got that little production site over there at the farm. Let's see. How is that going, by the way?
Oh, Ken, just to let you know, I have not forgotten about your message. I've just been busy. So I'll definitely take a look at your screenshots, and I'll let you know what you can do to improve your farm. So
So what he's saying there, Ken, is he completely forgot totally and is blowing you off. I'm kidding.
That is not what I'm saying.
kidding. I'm joking. That's a joke. I'm just trying to get him in trouble. Let's see. We got Ken says that's Todd Morse coding Jonah. Nice. Let's see. Click that. So yeah, I have got a whole bunch of hay and silage right now, 1.3 and 1.1 million liters each. So quite a bit going on there. But I'm waiting for the straw. That's what I want. Is I want straw because then I can start making TMR, and then we can rock and roll with getting cows. Oh yeah, yeah. We're gonna be on a good path. And actually, I probably could make some silage now, but I really want that straw. I really want that straw. There's no sense in, at least in my mind, there's no sense to make TMR with just 2 products when you can pad it. Wait. Let's see. Benji says, catch y'all later. Have fun. Good night. All right, Benji. Well, hope you enjoyed yourself. Have yourself a fantastic rest of your night. You take care, and we'll see you again next time. Todd says, how did you know Morse is my last name? I think he was saying like Morse code.
Yeah.
So I think that was a lucky guess there, Todd. Ken says, yes, Alma, gotcha. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, hey, we're done here. Nice. Let's go here. Open the gate. All right. So we've got, let's see, how many more fields do we got here? Holy smokes, we got so many fields. We got, let's go. 1, 2. We got this field back in here. And wow, we got 4 more fields. Holy smokes. You know what? I think we're going to lease out another set of equipment. It doesn't have to be massive, though. Let's do this. Let's get a forage wagon. We're just going to pick all this stuff up and get this gone. Ooh. Let's pick this all up. Can I... 45,000. Oh, okay, there we go.
Well, I'm kind of hoping that we get some better mods than what we did today. Well, we did yesterday today.
I mean, it's one of those where the mods that came out today, there was a couple I ended up downloading, but they weren't anything that we don't already have, like several versions of. Like the bale trailer, I ended up getting the bale trailer because that, looked like a nice little, swivel axle bale trailer. I also grabbed the fertilizer dryer as well as the what was the other one? It was another production point. I can't remember what it was off the top of my head. But I need.
Well, I grabbed the liquid manure dryer.
Yep.
And the Skoda Plus. Because you can actually open up the trunk and haul stuff with that in case you don't want to use your truck.
Okay. Why can't I find?
Yeah, I had to put out a nasty post earlier. I mean, I wouldn't say it was I wouldn't say it was nasty, but it wasn't the most pleasant, I guess.
What'd you do?
I didn't do anything.
Well, no, you clearly did something because you had to put out a nasty post.
No, I didn't do anything. It was, I got a message from 2 people complaining about something. So I ended up dealing with it. So I said, and it's nothing bad, don't worry. So all I posted was, it has been brought to my attention that people are laughing at the mods after I post them. Please be respectful. If you don't like the mods, don't comment. If you don't like the mods, don't install them. Simple as that. Be appreciative of what we get.
Like, what do you mean
I
they?
said,
What do you mean they were laughing? Like,
well, because as soon as I put like as soon as I posted the mods, a couple of people commented, and there was a comment in there that was nasty. I ended up getting rid of it. I'm not gonna repeat it.
okay,
But then people are also people are putting like laughing emojis on the comments, and laughing emojis like when I post it for new mods.
okay,
And see, okay, so there was one comment that was nasty. As I said, I'm not gonna repeat it. There was another one that I will repeat because it is awful, but it's not. It's gonna be fine. All they said is really more useless mods again.
oh jeez,
This is why I'm putting this out. And then I said, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. If you want to complain about the mods, learn how to make mods and make your own. Modders put a lot of time and effort into making free content for us. Thanks, admin Will. And then I put PS. If you are if you are to be disrespectful and mean towards any modders or anyone on here, you will be banned. Because the amount of people that talk poorly against modders, talk poorly against mods, treat people. I probably banned on this one Facebook website, not this group I'm part of. I probably banned over 25 people already in a matter of 2 weeks
oh jeez.
for being disrespectful. It's like people just don't get it. So
I tell you what, I really don't. I don't know. Maybe it's how I was raised or whatever. I don't understand the whole like being disrespectful, like to. I mean, really to anyone. I try and treat pretty much anybody and everybody with respect, but it's just one of those where it just seems like extremely unnecessary for people to sit there and lash out over mods. I mean, this is stuff we get for free, people. I mean,
exactly.
why bite the hand that's feeding you? And that's just how like it feels. It's like we've got these modders who work really, really hard at making, their content and putting stuff out there, and I don't know. It's just it's so weird. It's so weird to me.
Well, okay, so like prime example, and this one irritated me more than anything. So you know how like custom modding does a great job on their mods, right?
For
I mean,
sure.
sure, they take a little bit longer, but their mods come out pristine. When I posted his John Deere 4940 self-propelled sprayer, when I posted it, I said it's out now, because new mods, and I posted it. I had someone on this page of this other group that I'm on. He made a comment and said, "Oh, about time." Right? I mean, he was talking about this like a year ago already. It seems like, and I was like, "Listen, you need to be respectful. Okay, it takes a lot of time to make mods. Okay, it's not easy." And he goes, "Yeah, but don't they make money off this?" And I was like, "Not really. They make a little bit, but not enough."
Well, and
Like
not
and
always. That's the
yeah,
thing is like not every modder, not every map maker, like they don't. Not everybody can monetize it, kind of thing.
yeah, and then I say to him, I'm like, "Listen, you need to be respectful." And he goes, "Why?" I was like, "Why?" He goes, "Yeah, because he stated this word for word. And he actually put at custom modding, so he'd see it. He said, I've requested about 15 mods from you, and it seems like you don't care."
Wait, like he's literally like said, "Hey, make this."
Basically, 15 times.
Oh my goodness.
And so I ended up reposting back I said at custom modding. I was like, don't worry, I got you. I appreciate everything you do. I took care of the problem. Next minute later, I got a comment from custom modding and said, thank you very much. I ended up banning him. And then he ended up finding me on Facebook and reaching out to me and being like, hey, I know you banned me. Why did you ban me? I didn't do anything wrong. I'm like, because I'm getting tired of you entitled people. You think like you think everyone owes you something. No one owes you anything.
Yeah.
I'm like, listen, if you want those mods, learn how to mod. Because modders, I'm like, this is why modders don't take requests anymore.
Well, more than that, this is why modders stop modding.
Yeah.
Like,
Like,
if people are gonna sit there and like be disrespectful or lash out, bad comments, things like that, it's like it's only gonna be a matter of time before anybody is gonna be like, you know what, this isn't worth it. It's not worth to even bother. And then what do we have? We have nothing after that.
well, like going from 19 to 22, we lost 4 modders.
Yeah.
And then, well, they're still making mods, but PC only.
Yeah.
And then going from 22 to 25, we lost 6 more modders. And, you know, and you did not hear this from me, but custom modding literally almost didn't even come back to make mods again.
Oh wow.
Because they got tired of it. Like,
Yeah.
they just couldn't, like, because especially when after Giant said, okay, after this day in February, we're not releasing any more FS22 mods. Custom modding tried their hardest to get, the 2 mods out that they wanted to get out, which was their bigger Case IH early riser planner and their John Deere brown baler. Unfortunately, it didn't work out that way.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of people who, I get it, you can't afford a newer system, so you still play on FS22. And then they got all mad over it. And I'm like, hey, listen, there's nothing they can do about it now. Simple as that. End of story.
Yeah. Well, and yeah, that's the thing is, be grateful and thankful for the things that you get, and if you're not able to get it now, it's not because the modder doesn't want to.
Right. Because I know when FS25 got announced, and then it stated that it was going to be for PC and Mac and new gens only. It's like your Xbox Series and your PlayStation 5. I know a lot of people were very unhappy about that because they're like, oh man, they're about to lose a whole lot of people. FS Farming Simulator, or Giant Software, sold over 3 million copies in the matter of an opening weekend.
Oh yeah.
That's double, or almost double, on what they sold for 22 on opening weekend.
Yep. Yep.
So it's,
well, and everybody's going to have their little, have their theories or have their assumptions and all this stuff.
which is
but
fine.
yeah, I mean, but it's one of those like I get it. I understand, hey, makes no sense for people to be lashing out and to be freaking out over, really anything in regards to, especially in regards to modding, but just what do people think they're going to achieve by, sitting there and acting poorly? Like, they think that, okay, now all of a sudden somebody's gonna jump right at making the thing that you want them to make or posting the thing you want them to post. Like, no. I mean, if anybody acts any similar to me, if somebody sits there and starts barking orders at me, I'm going to, like, on purpose do the exact opposite.
I just think it's funny because there are actually a lot of modders that have actually thanked me for dealing with these kind of problems. And even though I'm not that big in the FS community, because I was in a conversation with Dustin Cook, who's the creator of this other page. He said that that I'm more to this community than he has seen anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
Um, you know, because he basically made me like the like the co person to this page.
That's cool.
So basically, so he's listed as like the founder of the page, and then he's also an admin and top contributor.
Yep.
I am the co-founder of the page, admin, and an all-star contributor.
That's cool.
The It's because I go through, because the way it's set up is that if you want to post something, it has to get approved first, and
Sure.
I set it up that way on purpose. The amount of things I've denied is absolutely hilarious, because it's a council only group,
Okay.
and the amount of PC players that go on there and they're just PC only and start posting PC stuff, and then I get a lot of lashback because they're like, or backlash because they're like, hey, why did you deny this? Why did you ban me? It's like, dude, and I had this one person actually message me personally and was like, hey, why'd you ban me? I'm playing Farm Sim. And I was like, you're on PC. Are you using console mods at all? And he said, no, why would I?
Oh, jeez.
So I ended up replying back to him. I was like, well, this is a console only group. He had the nerve to reply back to me and say, well, when you stream, you play on PC. And I was like, yeah, you know what the difference is? I actually use all platform mods.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, yes, there may be some PC mods I use, but that's because I'm a content creator. You know, but other than that, it's always going to be all platform mods.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is a console only group. So yeah. So yeah, that's why I banned you. And then he threatened me, so I ended up blocking him.
Oh, jeez.
You know, like, you're not going to get anywhere.
No.
You know?
Like I said, I don't get it. I don't. Oh, hey, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Get me out of here.
I like this right here, a potential spam.
Uh-oh.
Okay, first of all,
Uh-oh.
this is PC Mac. Oh, and guess what? Denied.
You're out of here.
Let's see, you're all pending too. Okay,
All right.
first of
Oh,
all,
God.
okay.
Why? Oh, my goodness.
Okay, so you're decline and banned. Yeah, I think so, because that's not even Farm Sim related.
All right. You know what? Over the river and through the woods.
To the farm we go.
I got in here no problem. But now all of a sudden I'm getting hung up on the gate. So, we're going to try a little aquatic sports.
Oh boy.
I made it. Oh. But now we're struggling. Here. Let me catch up with the chat here real quick. We got... Where was I? The Herd! How's it going, Herd? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, hey there, BDD. Ken says, what up, Herd? Herd says, hey, Ken. Ken says, just seen the last episode, Herd, The Farm. Awesome. A bunch of thumbs up. Herd says, thanks for watching, Ken. Just finished up the weekend. Haha. Awesome. I'm coming up to the end of this runway. Oh, come on. And turn. See, could get through there, no problem. Couldn't get through the last one, though. Alright, let's get to the next field. We'll get the worker going on the next field, too, because I'm sure he's done by now. Man, I spent a lot of money in this episode. This session. So I was like at $250,000. Where'd all my money go?
A lot of money gone.
It's amazing in just how quick you can burn through so much money in this game.
Oh yeah.
Let's
Yo,
see.
yo, what do you think about you actually basically now you when precision farming comes out, you basically have to plant oilseed radish to get a government subsidy. It's like a cover crop.
It's one of those that I like it. I think that's kind of a cool thing because I mean it's just a hint of realism kind of thing. So I'm sure that's like a thing in real life, but it's just one of those where I don't know. I guess I don't have a strong opinion on it either way. I do occasionally use cover crops, so it is what it is sometimes. Let's see. We got... Where was I? Joseph says, I agree with Ken. Loving the content. Herd says, Joseph, thank you so much. Todd says they make like 0.0001 per download. Yeah, it's next to nothing. Absolutely next to nothing. Herd says, sorry, left the room for a second. Herd says, you didn't hear this from me, but he says at the room 30. That's true. You did say that. Todd says the herd and on a recorded stream, lol. This is also true. Yeah. Herd says lol, just keep score over here, haha, JK. Ken says Herd, you had a few people on your stream earlier, lol, and at least 30 or more, lol. Herd says they came to laugh at me, lol. Ken says lol. Herd says, what are they doing here? And are they even looking at the chat? Yes, I am looking at the chat. We just had a little bit of a tangent there, so all good. But no, just I don't know. I'm excited for the precision farming, and I think that even though the cover crop is going to be like an essential portion of it, again, I like how it's making these things that are not absolutely essential, like I mentioned before, the manure spreaders, the slurry spreaders, things like that. You don't have to have one of those in base game. You just don't. Right. You can because, hey, it's part of realism, or you can because if you want to just spend the money because you want to spend the money, that's all fine and dandy. But in reality, you just don't need it. And I like that precision farming makes it to where you have to do these things or use these tools to actually get to a more accurate end goal, if that makes sense.
I gotcha.
And I think that kind of cover crop is going to be like kind of another example of a more accurate end goal. So
like the...
What's that?
Also like the tram lines as well.
Yep.
Because it's like right before you plant or seed, you can select whether or not you want tram lines and then how big your sprayer is.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. So it's one of those where it just makes sense, and that means that we're gonna have kind of networks and paths throughout our farms, and we're gonna have to lose out on that percentage of crop that we're gonna be not planting, but that's how it's done. That's how it's actually done in real life. So I like that they are like taking that stuff into account, and they are making it to where it's kind of a better reflection of actual the simulator portion of Farming Simulator.
Oh, by the way, speaking of farm sim, I am now 85% positive that we're getting the brand new John Deere 9RX with the new DLC.
Ooh, what makes you say that?
Because I saw it just yesterday. I should have saved it and I should have sent it to you, and I didn't.
How
but
dare you?
but John Deere put out a little short thing on Facebook, uh, basically showing it not as in real life, but it seemed like it was more of like an animated type thing.
Really?
And then all it showed was an F and a 5, and then it said question mark, question mark, question mark, dot dot dot, coming soon.
Really?
And I'm like, an F and a 5. I mean, F and a 5. The only thing I can think of that begins with an F and ends with a 5 is FS25.
Yeah.
And it said coming soon, and it looked like it was like digitally edited out of the game, and it was just like put in with like a scenery in the background, kind of make it look like it was like in a showroom.
Okay. Okay.
So I'm like, I also feel like we're probably getting some more John Deere stuff as well.
Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure.
So
For sure. They tend to be kind of a staple throughout all of precision farming, so that wouldn't shock me at all.
well, I mean, also if you think about it in the long run, FS, you didn't play FS17, right?
No, no. I started on 19.
So FS17, New Holland was the biggest hit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
FS15 Case was the biggest hit. In 19, John Deere was the biggest hit.
Okay.
In FS22, John Deere was the biggest hit. Besides Kloss. Kloss was like there, but not there. FS25, have you realized that Giants have been more focusing? If you take a look at it, there's more equipment or more tractors for John Deere and Kloss than there are any other thing.
Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, Case is up there, but I went back through and I counted. Yet John Deere had 2 more than Kloss did, and it had 4 more than what Case did.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Ken says, I burnt through $7 million in Alma, Missouri. Woo! That's some spending right there, Ken.
Oh yeah. Big old spending.
Oh yeah. Now I'm rather curious as to what it is you spent that money on. Like, was that like you just completely trying to develop out the farm itself, or was that more like equipment, like, or a combination of the two? You figure $7 million. That's quite a lot to burn through. Let's see. Let's get this back.
All right, so I'm just double counting here. So Case IH base game has 14 things base game.
Okay.
Floss has 17. So they already beat Case.
Yeah, yeah.
And then where are you? Right here. Oops.
What'd you do? No, oh my goodness. Ah! Back up, 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 back up.
John Deere has 31 things base game.
Wow.
So that's why I literally state that 19, 22, and 25 are the big hits are John Deere.
Yeah.
And I think John Deere will always be a big hit.
Oh yeah, well you figure John Deere, I mean, is probably one of, if not the biggest manufacturer, just full sentence stop, globally.
So base game for Case, there's only 3 tractors. Base game.
Wow.
There's 2 harvesters base game. There's 5 headers. There's 1 sugarcane harvester, 1 cotton harvester, 1 baler, and 1 weight for Case. That's it.
Wow.
For Klaus, you only
Makes
have
me a
2
little
tractors.
sad.
For Klaus, you only have 2 tractors. Base game. You have 3 harvesters. You have 3 headers. You have 1 forage harvester. You got 3 headers for that. You got 1 trailer, 1 baler, and 3 weights.
Okay.
Now, if I go for John Deere, on the other hand, let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Well, technically, you got 8 tractors in base game.
Oh wow.
You have 2 logging pieces of equipment. You have 2 harvesters. You have 4 headers, 1 forage harvester. You got 5 headers for that. You have 1 cotton harvester. You have 2 front loaders. You have 1 cultivator, 1 baler, and 4 weights.
Whew.
So,
Okay.
it honestly it would not surprise me at all if John Deere came in as part of this DLC. Because if you think about it, John Deere makes big things.
Yeah. Well, and you also figure last year too, they were a central part of the precision farming. Like they pretty much were this. Oh my goodness. They're basically the spearhead. They had all the various different like modules and stuff on like the spreaders and all that, didn't they?
Yes, and I know Oxbow is also known for having big things as well, like big pieces of equipment as well. So
You are just wanting Oxbow merger back.
I want that back so bad.
It's like, why do they gotta torture me so badly?
Yeah, right.
Oh, well, that was a problem. There we go. All right, so let me just do this real quick pass here and tell you what. Wow, it's already 1 o'clock. Where is the time going, y'all?
No, it.
Like, every time I look down, I feel like another hour has passed. Holy smokes. There we go. Oh, and this is one I gotta do manually, isn't it? Yeah, it is, because I didn't plow it out. Ay. Let's see. We got Todd saying, that's it. Way past bedtime. Night, y'all. All right, Todd. Well, thank you for stopping by tonight, even though I didn't get to figure out what it was that you all are plotting against me. But I appreciate it anyways. Hope you have yourself a fantastic night. You take care, and we'll see you again next time. Ken says, combination of farm equipment and farm build. Put a almond mod, a silage bunker on the second cow farm. Ooh, nice. Dang, so yeah, $7 million and just burn through that quickly. That's pretty impressive, though. I mean, no lie, that's pretty impressive. Why am I not?
Yeah, I burned through almost 6 million building my farm.
For some reason, this is not harvestable. That's weird.
So
Yeah, no, I don't think I've ever like gone through and spent like that much money that quickly before. Well, no, that's probably not true. That's
what's up?
I'm trying to think like what's the most I've probably spent at any given point, and it's not a ton of money. I probably spent like $1 million or so. Yeah, probably like $1 million in one go kind of thing. Probably my best guess. I feel like
Yeah,
Matthew McConaughey needs to come out of the wings. It's like them rookie numbers. Gotta pump them up.
them rookie numbers. Um,
That was a good movie.
what movie is that one from?
Wolf of Wall Street.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Oh, my favorite scene from there is when he's looking at him. He goes,
Yep, yep.
yeah. I just looked it up, and John Deere has 8 new things out this year for 2025.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah, just a couple new cultivators. There's a new plow. There's a lot of new seeders. Some new tractors. So I mean, we could see. I know we're definitely seeing the new 9RX, which is gonna be awesome.
Okay.
Other than that, I don't
Ooh,
know. So,
got hung up on a tree. I'm just driving along the path here, and all of a sudden I go rocketing. Like I'm looking up at the sky because I'm in first person view, and all of a sudden I just come to a dead stop, and I'm looking straight up in the air. And it's like, oh, this can't be good.
yo, I had someone freaking out on me the other day.
Uh-oh, what did you do?
Well, because like the last time I streamed that wasn't agribusiness tonight. Um, it was over my Twitch channel. Somebody briefly popped in, and he goes, "Hey, what's your character look like? It's in third person." So I end up clicking the third person, and then the person's like, "How dare you? You insult the whole FS community." And I was like, "Why?" He goes, "Why? Because you're wearing a Case IH hat, you're wearing a cloth jacket, and you're wearing John Deere pants."
So you were a walking advertisement.
Yep.
That's awesome,
And I
though.
was, and I was like, "Yeah, well, it's my 3 favorite brands. Why else wouldn't I?"
That's funny. Let's see. Let's do that. All right. Well, cool. We got one more field that we're going to rip through real quick, and then we're going to probably start wrapping things up. As soon as we get all this stuff done and dropped off at the fermenting silo, we'll be good to go. But we are getting quite a bit of product. Can I just... No, of course I can't just travel over there. I got to come to the map and go to here. No.
Yes.
Visit. There we go. Oh, yeah. Look at all that. So right now, we're at 500,000 liters of grass. That's going to convert over to hay and silage, and it's going to produce digestate, which we started to have like 449,000 liters of that. Ooh. I just had an idea. Ooh, I had a brilliant idea, actually.
Yeah, and I think the third DLC was it Line the Stars.
Uh-huh.
Originally, I thought it had to do something with boats. I'm completely knocking that one out of the water. I don't think it's that at all.
No?
I think I already know what it is.
Uh-oh.
That's because someone already advertised it, the company. Which I told you about that. Yeah, it's Mercedes-Benz.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, for their, it was Mercedes-Benz Unimog, I think. Something like that. It's a, yeah, because it showed it in like a weird background, and it said coming soon to Farm Sim. I don't think that they were supposed to say that.
Uh-oh.
And it showed stars in the background, so I'm like,
Well, and you figure though, like their symbol is pretty much a star.
Yeah. So I mean, if we get Mercedes-Benz in the game, I actually would have high hopes then for down the road to get Ford and Chevy.
Maybe. Let's see. Ooh, yeah. Look at that. And then... Wait. What? Oh, the digestate... I can't... Oh, I actually got to, like, manually transport it over? Aw, that's lame. Oh, well. Oh, well. I'm going to have to get another tractor and bring over the... Ay, ay, ay. Alright, let's do that. We just need an itty-bitty tractor, though. We don't need anything with a lot of grunt. Da, 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 da. How about... And then we need... Bum, 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 bum. There we go. Now it's like a 5-to-1 reduction doing this, but I can use this digestate that I'm producing as basically a byproduct to be able to now all of a sudden get a really awesome product in fertilizer. I can sell fertilizer. Maybe. Can I sell fertilizer on this map? Scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. I want to see the scrolling. Get to the bottom faster. Oh, yeah. Oh my goodness.
Anyway. Okay, I'm going to do this.
Nice. Okay. Once we get to the next field, or not the next field, once we get to the production point, I'll catch up with the chat real quick. But also looks like that field's almost done, 85%. What are you hoeing to get 85%? That's just something that just dawned on me. There's literally nothing planted there. What are you hoeing? I'm so confused. Seriously, it was an empty field, but I've got a contract for hoeing on it, and it's what is it hoeing? Do you get it? I don't get it. Start filling. Digestate. Let's go. Let's fill up this. Let's see. Fertilizer plant. Oh, we can only load. Oh, we can only load 100,000 liters. Oh, that's something I should have paid better attention to. Oh well. Let's see. Ken says combination of farm equipment and farm build. Put a Alma mod. Oh, I read those. Ken also says bought a big crone mower mod. Nice. Put in a real rustic TMR mixer on Start Farm. LOL. Went from 23 million down to 16 million. Wow. And Ken also says, do you really want another truck? I mean, truck? No. Oops. I hope I can put that back in. I'm just leasing all this stuff just so I can get it in here. But this will be a big payout because I can sell all this fertilizer that this makes. And, oh, hey. There we go.
What's up?
Oh, hey, what just happened? Oh, I'm just dumping a bunch of digestate into the fertilizer processor so I can actually make some solid fertilizer. But that is really slow. What kind of cycles? 48 cycles. 5 to 1, yeah.
Just seen. Is that right?
770 liters extra. I hope I can put this back. Alright, first contract's done. So that's cool.
Okay, I'm gonna take a picture of this. I'm gonna send it to you.
Uh-oh.
No, it's not like that.
Oh, I can't put it back in. No!
So the thing I'm sending you, this is the picture right here of what popped up for the Mercedes-Benz. And I know that somebody asked about Farm Simulator in the comment section because I just went back and rewatched it in DJ Goham's video. So I was able to find it this way. And they said stay tuned, coming soon.
Okay.
So, but I just sent you a picture though.
Nice. Yeah, I'll check it out here probably after stream. But let's see. Let's go here. Let's open that back up. Let's close that. Ooh, you know what? We can go this way. You know what? We're going to do a little cross-country tour because we're trying to get this all straightened out. Whoa! Easy, easy. Bob and weave, stick and move. Two-wheel tractoring.
That's not good.
I think I clipped the gate on my way by, and I just kind of started like rocketing out of control.
Yo, imagine if things like if like you could actually like bend metal or whatever, get dings on your tractor if you hit something.
Oh man, that would be so cool. Like those are some of my favorite games growing up, are those kind of racing games with actual crash collision physics to them. Mm-hmm. I thought those were the best.
Well,
like some of the old like Need for Speeds that had the crash collisions physics built into them. Oh, I thought that was so cool.
Well, there's only one reason why they're not in the game.
Why is that?
Because that was part of the agreement for a lot of the manufacturers to be like, well, you can put this in the game, but I don't want any damage to happen to it.
Really?
Yeah. So I remember a DJ Asset during a interview that he was doing with Chalky. So, and yeah, that's the reason why. So it was part of the agreement.
I mean, I can understand it from the manufacturer's perspective. I don't like it, but I can understand it. Invisible weeds! This is another field. It's planted. It's planted with spinach. It's growing. It's saying that it needs to be hoed, but there's nothing to hoe. There's literally nothing here. I'm so confused. I'm flummoxed. All right. I'll let that go. All right. Well, that's going. So let's. Cool. All right. So at this point, we're just trying to finish off all the mowing on this portion of the field. For some reason, the grass isn't regrowing. Like the base game grass? Like the field grass? That's weird. I wonder if they'll regrow later, or maybe this finished growing during the winter and I didn't realize it. I don't think that's the case. I don't know. For some reason, I think it's Will's fault. Yeah, I've determined
Wow.
it's Will's fault.
It's always my fault.
Oh, it ain't my fault. Did I do that?
The,
What were we saying?
no, I know. Hey, but at least no map updates or new maps came out.
Oh man, seven map updates yesterday. Holy smokes! And here's the thing: is map update videos, like, they don't take a ton of time to produce or to make and edit and all that stuff.
Right.
But it was like some of them were really like intense changelogs. Like there was Oberschwaben. That one there really, I don't want to say it upset me, but it definitely flustered me because
It irritated you.
yeah, it irritated me because it was just one of those where I'm trying to figure out what farm specifically it's referencing,
Yeah.
and it said what was it, Eberhard, I think it was what it was called. The closest thing I could find was a sign that was Ebersville or Ebers something, and it's like
Eberhartel or something like that.
yeah, it was some kind of weird signage that didn't say Eberhard, but it was so close. I'm like, yeah, I'm about 70% confident that this is what they're talking about. So I just kind of ran with it, but it was just one of those, like, it was really incredibly frustrating because, like, I mean, who doesn't like to you know, especially when you're a content creator, doesn't know, like, that they're talking about exactly what they're supposed to be talking about. Like,
Right.
you know, I don't want to be putting out a video and it's like, oh, hey, well, you were 100% wrong about X, Y, or Z kind of thing. It's like, oh, well, great. Now I feel dumb. Which, trust me, that has happened many, many times before. Many times where I've been like, oh, and I'm dumb.
Yo, quick question for you. Now,
Possible quick answer?
so this is just a theoretical question.
Uh-oh.
Now, like, what would you do if Giants put out like seven map updates, and then like 5 new maps? Like, what would you do?
Cry. I would cry. Which, I mean, here's the thing, is they've done it before. They've done it before. Yeah. I expect them to do it again. It is what it is, and it's one of those where if for some reason, like, they put out so much stuff that I'm just not capable of doing it in one evening, then it's going to have to wait until the next day. Like, there's literally nothing I can do about it.
Oh,
so
that should. Sorry, you were saying what?
I was going to say, so, I mean, even though I try my best to get the content out the same day or, like, early the next morning kind of thing, it's one of those where I'm not going to sit there and try and beat my brains in to, you know, make it to where that's like a steadfast rule, especially if for some reason Giants decides, oh, hey, we're going to go, you know, go absolutely ham over the amount of mods that we give kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Well, I remember like the one day in FS22, because I was working for Tried at this point. I remember we got 5 pages worth of mods. We had almost 100 mods. I think it was like 101, I think. But yeah. Mr. Steely P was freaking out because he goes, listen, I still have 2 maps I still have to do, and they just dropped 3 more. Like, I'm never gonna catch up here. and then there was like 3 days in a row that we didn't have any maps. And he goes, finally, I'm able to catch up now. And then, like, as soon as he pulled, because like that morning I saw his map tour pop up. Literally, around 11 o'clock that day, 3 more maps dropped. And he was not having it.
There are times where I genuinely feel really bad for him, because it just seems like there are times where he can get overwhelmed,
Mm-hmm.
and I just feel bad. It's like, oh, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just one of those where almost like you want to go and give him a hug.
Right. Well, I know that. Well, I know I was having a conversation with Bree the other day, and she was like, "Hey, listen, so you know how BD does map tours, right, and map updates?" I was like, "Yeah." And she goes, "Well, why don't you do mod reviews? I mean, you know everything about farms, and you know everything about all these mods. Like I feel like you'd be really, really good at it." I was like, "Yeah, there's only one problem." She goes, "What's that?" I'm like, last time I did that, I didn't get that many views on it.
Well, the thing is that it takes so much time to do those mod reviews. Like, tons. Like, I don't think a lot of people realize just how much time, like, genuinely, for like a Mr. Sealy P or a Looney Farm guy, or, you know, insert anyone who does those mod reviews, the amount of time and effort that actually goes into testing and prodding and poking to find all the little issues, or to find the, you know, the kind of eccentricities of the mod. Like, there's just so much stuff that can go wrong, and just add time. I remember I was talking to Looney Farm guy not too long ago, and he was saying how, you know, on one of the days where we got, you know, 60 or so mods, that it's like, you know, I highly anticipate I'm going to be working all night and, you know, into the next morning, kind of thing, because of all the stuff he had. And it's because you go through and you eventually you find a rhythm, especially when, like, speaking personally from like my map tours and map updates, you find like a set of procedures that you're going to do in order to get from start to finish, kind of thing. And then eventually, once you start recording, you go through said procedures, and then you have the final product, which is what you post on YouTube. And I'm certain that there's a lot of other people out there who do the same exact thing, or have at least a same general process behind it. And the way that Looney Farm Guy was describing it is that that process, you know, was taking him hours on some of these mods, like ridiculous amounts of time that was being dedicated to doing the mods and stuff like that.
I know. Well, I do know that the one video from DJ Oham, I know that the one my video, he stated that because so when he posted the video and I was watching it, he was stated in the video, he goes it's already been almost 5 hours. My brain hurts. Let's move on.
Yeah, I can't say as I blame him. Ooh, now we need to figure out, we need to return, so we can return the Challenger. We can return that. I think we can turn these as well. Yeah. Let's see. Ken says, what do you guys think of the new Skoda all-wheel steering car? Ooh.
I like it.
So,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, sorry. You go ahead.
I was going to say that I'm not a huge fan of just Skoda in general. No particular reason. It's just not a brand that I'm used to being an American, so it's not like I've got huge brand loyalty or anything like that. It looks like a nice car. It's got all the bells and whistles where the trunk opens, the doors, and all that stuff. All that's all fine and dandy, but, I mean, I just don't see the utility in it when I could have a pickup truck that with a a fifth wheel attachment or whatever the case may be. Like, it just seems like it'd be kind of handcuffing me. It'd be good for like bombing around in map tours and stuff like that, but really other than that, it's not a mod that I'm gonna like go tripping over to go get.
Right.
Let's see. There we go. Perfect. So we got the fence, and we still got this that's leased out. We got the Bednar. We got 2 bits of equipment. We got the Bednar Batwing, and we got the Lizard 12MT. I'm down with it. Oh, are you kidding me? So apparently I didn't open a gate, and I sent a worker to take some equipment back towards the farm, and because I didn't open the gate, they were just sitting there running into the gate the whole time. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. But I think, yeah, I think we've kind of reached our end here tonight. It is 1:30, and I've got to be up for work in the morning, and I have to pack, and I have to do a whole bunch of other things like call services and have them turn off things at certain times. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. But yeah, no, like I said, it's going real smooth. You know, going back to the move just real quick. It's going a lot smoother than I thought it was going to because, you know, like I said, I've never had to do this stuff before. I've never had to sell a house and then buy another house. It's the very first time I've ever had to go through something like this. I bought a house. The house I'm in, I purchased, but it's only that kind of one direction. And even at that time, it was not as big of a deal, I feel like, as it is now. Now that I have kids, it feels like there's more weight to the transaction. There's more like, am I making the right decision? Am I doing this properly? Am I doing that properly? Like, there's so many things that are running through my head at any given point in regards to this. And it's all, and I know it's all because of my girls. You know, making sure that I'm doing the right thing. Am I taking them to a good area? I've been through Denellen. I've never like spent any specific time in that area, so it's one of those where I don't know, just one of those where you always kind of wonder, you know, when you're moving somewhere new, and now that it's with the girls, it's going to be even bigger. Like, the stakes are higher than they were the first time around.
Right.
Where do I want to park this? What's that?
I said anywhere.
No, no, I want to park it specifically somewhere, but I think in here will be good. There we go. Yeah, I think something like this ought to be just fine. There we go, let it go. Perfect. But no, just got a bunch of stuff that you know, just makes the stakes a lot higher, it seems. And I know it's me kind of getting in my own head and all that stuff, but at the end of the day, it's going smoother than I thought it was going to. It's going a lot better than I thought it was going to, and you know, thankfully that's the case, because you know, you never know. You never know. But let me think. Am I all set and ready to go here? I think. Let me just double check. I don't want to count my chickens before they hatched. Yeah, I got that one. I got all these, that. I couldn't mow this one for some reason, and I got this one here. So, yeah, everything's looking good. And then we got field 5 there that's growing. We're doing all right. We're doing all right indeed. I love it, and I am so glad I got a chance to be able to come out here tonight, hang out with you all. And Will, I am so glad you're able to come on and join me here tonight. Thank you so very much. Do you want to give people, a place where they can find you before we take off?
Yeah. Yeah. So if you guys want to know any news that comes out, or if any update from Giant Stuff for themselves, or if you want to know what mods get dropped, check out my Facebook page at Will T Gaming FS Encyclopedia, where I post all that stuff. You can also find me over on Twitch at Steinator24. I try to stream there at least once a week. And then you can also find me over on YouTube at Will T Gaming FS Encyclopedia.
Excellent. So yeah, go check out Will over at all of his local channels, and the Facebook, the Twitch, the YouTube. Go check him out there. Got a whole bunch of content, and there's a reason why we call him the FS Encyclopedia. He knows an absolute ton about the game itself. So, like I said, I want to thank everybody who came out here tonight. I want to thank what appeared to be a pair of raids that happened here tonight. It looks like it was Wranglosaurus Rex and Gaming Joy kind of at the same time, kind of bombarded us at the same time. So thank both of them for the raid and hanging out with us here tonight. Greatly appreciate everybody who stopped by tonight and hung out with us here tonight. I had an absolute blast as always. Will, again, thank you for joining us, and if you enjoyed it, make sure you hit that like button. It helps out an absolute ton. And if you did enjoy it, please show us by liking, sharing, subscribing, following, commenting, doing all the things the algorithms enjoy you doing. It shows you're engaged with this channel and enjoying the content. And that being said, hope everybody has a fantastic day. Take care.